seemingly impossible pieces together. Stuffing, the feeling of invigoration, the recipe. Everything in the room blurred and my mouth felt dry, very, very dry. STC. It wasn't salt, turmeric, and cumin, no. Not even close to salt, turmeric, and cumin. STC were stem cells. Grandma was volunteering at Planned Parenthood. Everything within me is drained. After the accident, my life couldn't possibly return back to the joyous one that it had previously been. No, there's no more laughter. No smiles. In place of the cheer I had once radiated was fear, shock, and confusion. I have no clue who I am anymore. On our way to a birthday party, one I bugged my parents to attend, there was a fearsome storm underway. I remember looking out of the backseat window, mesmerized by the beauty of the pelting rain outside. I've always found comfort in the aura rain invoked. It was so peaceful, so subtle, and yet that particular day it caused something horrifying to happen. The rain-stricken street gave the lethal leverage to the semi coming towards us on that winding road. It seemed to happen in slow motion. 1 minute Dad was turning, attempting to avoid the head-on collision. The next, his head bounced off the steering wheel, blood rushing out of the gash that impact created. When I looked over at my mother, the survivor of a tragic car accident that claimed my legs as a child, she glanced back at me, her arm guarding me from the shards of glass escaping the shattered windshield. I must have passed out, my body reacting to the shock of the brutal crash, because when I opened my eyes, my parents were gone. I was left, seatbelt still attached, in the car dangling upside down. I hastily unbuckled the seatbelt, wincing in pain as I realized my right arm was impaled by a large piece of metal. Still, I pressed on, finally escaping the seatbelt, which in turn caused me to land on the roof of the car, though my knees protested in pain. Shards of broken windshield cutting away at them ruthlessly. I ignored it, calling out my mother and father. The only sound audible was the sound of the rain viciously pounding away above my head, muting my attempt to call for my missing parents. So I crawled out of the back window, random pieces of metal and glass making their presence known as I did so. Once out of the metal tomb, I looked around the forest landscape, identifying the road we somersaulted from and the demolished railing 50 feet above the crash. "Mom? Dad?" I yelled, clutching my damaged arm as I walked around towards the other side of the car. There, atop the mud-smothered grass, was my mother and father. My eyes immediately widened once I realized what was happening. Once I saw my mother's blood-covered face. She was slouched over my dad, her head swaying side to side viciously as she appeared to be eating his legs. I covered my mouth, attempting to hold back the urge to vomit as she lifted her head from my father's corpse. "Honey," she started, holding up her blood-soaked hand. I shook my head, covering my ears as shock began to eat away at my sanity. This isn't what it looks like, baby. Your father. He wanted me to do this. He was dying, sweetheart. He told me to do what I had to do to get us out of here," she said, nodding her head. I fell to the ground, staring at my father's wide-open eyes as he laid a few inches ahead of my feet. The rain pelted down on his corpse, quickly washing away the blood on his face in crimson rivulets to the tall grass beyond. "Why?" I asked, ridding a hole into my mom's eyes. and she stood up. She stood up. We're different, baby, your father and I. We wanted you to have a normal life. You weren't supposed to see this, she said, walking towards me. I panicked, backing away from her, forgetting the fact that my right arm was badly mangled. Don't be scared, Ariel. Come here, she said, pulling me up from the sunken ground. She looked over me, observing my shredded legs and wounded arms. Let me get this out of you, she said, swiftly pulling the metal shard out of my arm. I screamed before glancing down at the unidentifiable limb I once called an arm. My blood seemed to gush from the wound. Not even the rain poured down fast enough to cleanse it away. His arm, my mother said, pulling me down to my father's limp body. I shook my head, yelling out for help. Stop it, Ariel. You have to do this or you'll bleed out, baby. Your father would want you to do this, she said, rubbing my back. My vision began to blur as my heart seemed to slow. Though I was afraid, disgusted, and confused, I lowered my lips to my father's corpse. I ate, savoring each bite as if it were some sort of delicacy. I couldn't stop once I started until it was gone. My mother watched, caressing my rain-soaked hair as I ate my father's arm. My father's arm! Once I lifted my head, wiping away the crimson evidence of my feast, I looked at my right arm. It was intact, unmarred and perfectly normal. I have a lot to tell you, Ariel, my mother said, staring deeply into my eyes. I sat there, gazing at my father as he began to shake. He seemed to be changing. His skin, once a vibrant beige, was now graying. His hair, once healthy and shiny, slowed from his head in clumps. His face, once chiseled, handsomely bloated to a point unrecognizable. His teeth were now sharpened knives, protruding from his closed mouth like a piranha's. See? We aren't like everyone else, Ariel. You may not remember, but you've done this before. How else could you have gotten legs? My mother said, wrapping her arm around my shoulder. As the storm subsided, I stared down at what I once called my father. Where his legs once resided, rested a growing mass. After some time, once its growth concluded, I recognized the mass. It had become a tail. I didn't lose my legs in a car accident, Ariel. Your father had to remove my tail, leaving me the way that you always used to see me, because at the time I couldn't stomach doing what he did to get legs. But I also didn't want to go back home, sweetie. We aren't built for this lifestyle. We have to do things, bad things, to blend in here. Your father and I chose to leave the colony behind long ago so that you could experience life at its full potential among the walking, she said. Though her confession caused my knees to buckle and my head to ache in disbelief, in the background I could make out the approaching ambulance in the distance. The sirens resonated throughout the forest, grabbing my attention and shattering all cloudiness from my thoughts. Sirens. I was 17. My mother was murdered. But this story isn't about her. My mother's killer is still in prison for his crime. This is a story about what happens after. About a year after my mother's funeral, my dad started mentioning that she would come visit him at night. He said she glowed in a pure white light and reached out to him with a warm smile on her face. He said she looked just the way she did the last time he saw her, before she left for the store on the last night of her life. My sister and I both missed my mother very much, and we wanted to believe it was true. We did whatever we could think of to try and contact her, but it was only my dad who ever saw her. We just wanted to say goodbye. Ouija boards, spirit boxes, automatic writing, psychics and mediums. We tried them all, and all proved to be little more than distractions. About 3 months into our efforts, my dad had his first blackout. He claimed that it was just stress, but my sister and I agreed in confidence that it was more than that. He would forget things all the time, talk about old memories out of the blue, and then he started getting these horrible migraines. We didn't learn the source of it all until he finally agreed to go to the doctor. He had a brain tumor. Inoperable. His doctor told us that it was likely the source of all he'd been experiencing, including the hallucinations of his dead wife. My sister and I lost all hope in ever saying goodbye to our mom and focused on our dad instead. By then, I was nearly 19 and my sister was 22. She ended up moving back in with Dad and me to help take care of him. Even with treatment, he only lasted 6 months, though, which was 3 months longer than the prognosis. When my dad finally passed, we were both devastated. I can still remember that night so vividly in my mind, the loneliness, the realization both my parents were gone, and it was worse to realize that in all of our attempts to find proof of some kind of afterlife, we'd found nothing. Dad's last words to the both of us were about Mom. She's telling me to come with her. She looks so beautiful. So beautiful. My actual story starts almost a year later, though, when I finally decided to move out of my parents' house and in with my longtime girlfriend. Alex! I could hear my sister yelling for me downstairs. She had moved back in with her boyfriend months ago, but she was home to help me pack up the last of my parents' things for sale or donation. Alex, what do you want to do with all these dishes? I poked my head out of my half-packed room and yelled back down to her. Donate! What? I sighed and went bounding down the stairs, taking the last 5 in a single jump, landing in the hallway. My sister stood in the kitchen doorway and repeated her question. What do you want to do with all these dishes? Donate! Clean your ears, Lily. I could hear you just fine. Are you telling me to clean something? That's a fucking laugh. Lily spun around and went back to the kitchen, talking as she walked. Are you sure you don't need any of this stuff? Nope. Carla has everything we need in the dishes department. I followed her into the kitchen and saw her staring down at a beige plate decorated with a chicken and 2 ears of corn, which sat below its feet. It was from our usual dining set. I remember sitting down to dinner every night to those plates in front of me. I think I want to keep one of these. Lily's eyes had misted over, and I knew how she felt. It was the little things that seemed to catch you. I smiled and walked over to her, placing my hand on her shoulders. Yeah, you should. Save one for me too, okay? She looked up at me and smiled. Suddenly, we both felt something whiz between our heads at high speed and heard it crash against the far wall just below my mom's old cat clock. Lily nearly dropped the plate she was holding as she jumped back and let out a yelp. We had been startled right out of our family moment, and I could feel my heart beating a mile a minute. "What the hell was that?" Lily yelled, setting the plate down on the kitchen table and stepping towards the far wall. She bent down and disappeared behind the tablecloth for a second, before re-emerging with a piece of broken plate in her hand. She had a confused look on her face, one I must have mirrored. We were the only two people in the house. No one else could have thrown that plate. On the sliver of porcelain Lily was holding, I could see a chicken's foot, raising up from behind an ear of corn. It was from the same set we had been discussing. "You've got to be kidding me," I said, turning my head to glance at the cupboard full of dishes and then back up at Lily. She shrugged and gave me the I don't know look. That's when I noticed that the familiar ticking in my mother's cat clock, a sound I had been accustomed to hearing for years, it stopped. I looked up at the wall behind Lily and noticed the cat's tail had stopped swinging, and its always shifting eyes had frozen in place. It was staring directly at me. I shivered involuntarily and went to help Lily pick up the pieces of broken dish scattered about the kitchen floor. The plate incident reminded us of all our efforts to contact our mother. In all our attempts, we never saw anything even remotely paranormal happen, yet here we were, face to face with an event that neither of us could explain. It didn't take long to decide we should pursue it. The incident had also cast doubt in the theory that my father had been hallucinating prior to his death. In our desperation, we eagerly jumped on that small chance to talk to them one more time. I know how that hope can be as dangerous as it is comforting. Lily and I went to our significant others and explained what we were going to attempt. We wanted to give the Ouija board and the spirit box one more try. Carla was open to the idea when I talked to her about it, and she actually seemed kind of excited. Lily had a harder time with David. As she related to me, she had to drag him along, kicking and screaming. In the end, though, he showed up, and I knew that even if he didn't buy into any of it, he would be there for my sister. 2 nights later, we all gathered at my parents' house. At the time, we were excited, giddy. We had no idea what we were signing up for. If we had, I would have walked away from that place and never looked back. "Is everyone ready?" Lily asked, her fingers already resting on top of the planchette. Carla looked at me, green eyes that darkened to a near black in the dim orange candlelight. She winked at me and placed her hand on the planchette next to Lily's. Then I placed my fingers on the other side of the plastic toy, and did my best to ignore the disapproving look on David's face. He had reluctantly agreed to be our scribe, writing down the words that might be spelled out during our seance. Lily started moving the planchette around the board in the infinity shape, like we had always done before. I could feel the same excitement welling up inside of me, like it had the first time that we tried this. I could see the same fervor reflected in my sister's expression. "What now?" Carla whispered over the board. "Now, we ask some questions." Lily held her head high like she was trying to channel some kind of divine energy. My sister always got a little bit too into the theatrics of the whole thing. "Is there anyone here with us?" I took the lead. We all watched the board with held breath, hoping to feel some movement beneath our fingers. Suddenly, The infinity shape motion stopped, and we watched the planchette move slowly across the board towards the top left corner before stopping at the word yes. Okay, you guys aren't fucking with me, right? Because I didn't do that. Carla was looking at me again. I could see her out of the corner of my eye. I was stunned. In the million times we had tried this, nothing had ever really happened at all. No, we aren't fucking with you. Ask another question! Lily's voice had gone up at least 2 octaves, and she was smiling like a crazy person. It was the same look she got on Christmas morning when we were kids. The joy of discovery and the satisfaction of finally getting what you've been waiting for. Okay, what's your name? I asked, diving right in. This was going to be the moment of truth. I was surprised at just how quickly the planchette started moving around the board. We called out each letter as the planchette briefly stopped, and I heard David scribbling away. I, T, S, D, A, D, D, Y. It's Daddy. David murmured the words in a voice that contrasted his previous cool demeanor. Lily's hand left the planchette, and she slapped them across her mouth. I could see her eyes quickly welling with tears. Carla and David both sat there slack-jawed, and I'm sure my face had a similar look. Lil, put your hand back on the thing, I said weakly, feeling like the wind had been knocked out of me. Lily, please, put your hand back on! She did as I asked. When her hands left her face, I noted the smile that she was hiding. Daddy? Is that really you? Lily's question choked out through a mixture of laughter and tears. Yes. The response was immediate. We miss you so much, Dad. It's been so hard since you and Mom have been gone. W E M I S S Y O U T O O. I miss you too. Holy shit. Carla couldn't contain herself any longer, and I found myself smiling at his use of the word we. Dad! I couldn't even hope to disguise the excitement in my voice. Is Mom there with you? Yes. My sister, now suffering through full-blown sobs of joy, leaned her head over and rested it on David's shoulder. He stared down at his notepad, rereading the words, barely registering that she was there. I didn't know if he was stunned by what he was seeing or horrified at how deluded we all were. David had never been much of a believer. Dad, can Mom talk to us? I wanted to keep the dialogue going. I am S. I'm sorry. I raised an eyebrow at the response. What are you sorry about? I asked, unsure if I was speaking to my mother or my father. S H E. She's too cold. Too hard for her. The smile fell from Lily's face, and the mood of the room became more solemn as David read the last sentence out loud. The planchette continued to move then without any more prompting. So cold here. So lonely. We miss you. We miss you. It's Daddy. Please help. Please. We need you. After the last "you," the planchette suddenly shot out from our hands, paused just milliseconds over "goodbye," and then fired across the room and hit the wall at roughly the same speed as the plate that morning. I jumped up away from the board in shock. Lily was now sobbing loudly as David held her, but his eyes remained fixed on the board as if there were the most alien object he'd ever seen. Carla touched my hand with shaking fingers, and I looked down to see fear in her eyes. "I don't understand," Carla said and stood up. "I'm so sorry, babe." She wrapped her arms around me, and it was only then that I noticed the wetness in my own cheeks. I hadn't cried since my mom's murder, and I figured something in me had broken that day. Even when Dad passed, I didn't cry. Now, though, in this moment, tears finally came. We tried to contact my parents again all night, but the planchette didn't move again. We hoped contact with our parents would make us feel better, give us some sense of closure, but instead it had devastated us, Lily most of all. Most days, she would sit in the living room for hours listening to static of the spirit box, hoping to hear a voice. As the weeks went on, Lily became quieter and more introverted. She retreated into herself, hardly speaking to anyone. The conversations with the Ouija board had made an impression on me too, but Lily had become obsessed. I gradually became less interested in contacting our parents again and more concerned about my sister's mental state. And then one night I woke from that nightmare to a realer, more horrifying one. I answered my ringing phone to hear David's voice yelling through the earpiece. "Alex, your sister just took off." "Took off? What do you mean?" David's tone was panicked, and I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and tried to focus. "Alex, she's been way worse than she lets on. Lily, she doesn't sleep anymore. She just sits in the kitchen and listens to that damn little radio." "The spirit box?" "Yeah, that fucking thing. She says she can still hear your parents talking to her. I want to believe her, man, but I sat for hours with her one night and didn't hear a single thing." Jesus. "Alex, I'm scared for her. Tonight she was listening to it and talking back to it. Her voice woke me up. I couldn't understand exactly what she said, but she was crying, and then I heard her bolt out the door and slam it behind her." She went back to my parents' house. There wasn't a question. I could feel it in my bones. I may not have known the full extent of what was happening, but I did know that something very, very bad had just happened to my sister. She couldn't cope with what the Ouija board had told us, and after all these years of suppressing her sadness, she had just cracked. "You think?" "That's what I was thinking too. I know you have keys, man. Can you meet me there? I think we need to get her help." I sighed into the phone, knowing he was right. Lily may never forgive us, but I was quickly becoming convinced that she needed professional care. The weight of the decision to admit her somewhere felt smothering. I looked down at Carla, who was awake, staring warily out the window with lines of worry etched on her face. Yeah, just let me get dressed. I can be at my parents' house in 45 minutes. Let me see if I can talk to Lily." "Thanks, Alex. I'm gonna head over now. I'm a lot closer, so I'll let her know you're coming." We hung up. I relayed the entire conversation to Carla. Despite my best efforts to keep her safe at home, she insisted on going with me, and when I protested, she challenged me to try and stop her. 10 minutes later, we were in the car, headed to my old house. The argument with Carla had delayed my departure, and we actually arrived at the house more than an hour later. Both Lily and David's cars were parked in the driveway, so I parked on the street, and Carla and I headed to the front door. I noticed as we climbed the porch steps that no lights were on inside the house. The front door was slightly ajar, and I took a deep breath before pushing it all the way open with a creak. Beyond the door was utter blackness. A seeming void instead of a welcoming foyer. I had never seen the house this dark before. As I let my eyes adjust, I listened intently for any sound. All I could hear, the clicking of the spirit box, rapidly changing channels through the soft static. I finally stepped inside and made my way down the hall, taking Carla's hand as she followed behind me. "Lily!" I yelled out, and I heard the acute fear in my weak, shaking voice. I couldn't understand why I was suddenly so terrified in my own house, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I hugged the walls until we rounded the corner into the softly lit living room. A dull blue light was emanating somewhere, and I could see Lily sitting in front of it. She was cross-legged on the floor. The spirit box was in front of her, and her head was hung between her shoulder blades, blonde hair covering her face. "Lily," I whispered, squeezing Carla's hand as I let go to walk towards my sister. I was halfway to her when Carla suddenly flipped the light switch and screamed. I was blinded at first and disoriented by the screaming, but my eyes gradually made the adjustment. I blinked a few more times and found myself still facing Lily, who had remained sitting on the floor with a spirit box in front of her. Her forearms were cut, wrists to elbow, and she was sitting in a pool of blood. David was there, lying next to her, stabbed God knows how many times in the chest, neck, and face. I could only assume it was him, as the body was unrecognizable. I heard Carla take off down the hallway and slam the front door as she left the house. As I adjusted my state of absolute shock, I scanned the room calmly before hysteria set in. The walls were covered in writing, the same 3 phrases over and over again, written in fresh blood. "It's Daddy, we miss you, we need you. It's Daddy, we miss you, we need you." I snapped out of my trance suddenly and stumbled over to Lily. I begged every god that I had ever heard of to let her be alive somehow, to let me save her. I choked on my prayers as I rescued Lily's limp body out of the crimson puddle and screamed for Carla to call 911. Her skin lacked the warmth of life, and I pressed my face to hers, begging her to wake up, my whispers falling on dead ears. I cried. How many eternities passed before Carla returned, I don't know, but I saw her there, finally, standing in the doorway, talking to emergency services and staring at us. I cradled Lily's body and rocked back and forth. I could tell from the look of disgust and pity set on her face that Carla couldn't hear. The sounds coming from the spirit box. "Alex? It's Mommy. We need you." It was faint. It was faint, but it was her. My mother's voice, and unmistakable. A year later, when the detectives finally called to let me know that they were releasing my sister's things, I brought the spirit box home. I didn't let Carla know that I had it. She had never quite recovered from what she had seen that night of the murder or the suicide. The media had called Lily's case a tragic descent into madness. Carla and I couldn't have agreed more, but sometimes late at night when Carla's asleep, I slip out of bed, I sneak into the living room, I pull the spirit box out from behind a stack of books, and I turn it on. Just for a few seconds, but in those moments, I listen closely to the clicking sounds of the radio, quickly scanning through the static. I strain to hear their words, the voices of my family. And sometimes, I hear them. and the few seconds I've heard them say many things. They tell me they need me, that they love me, and that it's lonely without me. They claim that it's cold. They beg me to join them. Lily says it's easy, and that I should bring Carla with me. They say we'll all be happy there. But there's something behind their voices. Something that sometimes bleeds through. We must have either ignored the sound or blocked it out completely. Beneath their warm invitation and desperate pleading, I can hear something laughing. Something inhuman.
I talk to houses. I have ever since one has tried to kill me. Every house has a ghost in it. That's what my mother used to tell me, and I've always known that it's not just some dumb superstition. I don't believe her when she tells me that you need to apologize to tree spirits before being in the woods, or that you have to avoid the number 4 at all costs, but I believe her when she says that every place that people live in is also occupied by one of the dead. Now, they're not always human ghosts. In fact, they rarely are. It takes an old house, one with a lot of history, to bind a human soul. A small apartment might be haunted by a ghost of a mouse, even a beetle. Most of them, you'd never know they were there. At least, you're not supposed to. It's not a good sign if they make themselves known to you. It usually means they want you out. My house is old, lonely, which pretty much guarantees there's a human ghost in it. It's small and creaky in a small mountain town in the south of Taiwan. 3-hour journey away from the closest decent-sized city. It wasn't an exciting place to live, but I was happy here. Never was the sort of boy who wanted to run along and get in trouble. I like to read books alone in my room. Hike the well-known mountain paths. Pretending to be a bold jungle explorer. Now, you'd know it in your gut if the ghost of your house didn't like you. Have you ever been house hunting, found the perfect place, didn't sign the lease because you felt that something was just off? That's the ghost telling you to go away. If you don't listen, you're asking for bad fortune. My parents were pretty sure our ghost liked us, or at least tolerated us. They'd leave offerings for it sometimes. There were times I spied a shadow that wasn't ours, or sensed eyes watching for the shadow. I was never afraid. How I knew the ghosts were okay with us. I was a bit of a coward as a kid, too scared even to read horror novels. The fact that I wasn't frightened of a flicker of movement out of the corner of my eye made me confident that we had a benevolent ghost. The idea that I wasn't alone was almost comforting to me. On rainy nights when my parents were away, I'd curl up in bed reading and feel a presence in my room. I always thought of it as a friend. So I felt so betrayed when the ghost tried to murder me. It happened quickly. I was walking with my nose buried in a book when I heard the rush of sudden footsteps and saw a small figure, long dark hair flowing across the face, darting out of the shadows. Then something slammed into me and knocked me down the stairs. At least, tried to. I grabbed the edge of the wall just in time to break my fall. I looked back to see the figure scampering across the floor on all fours. Her movements unnaturally fluid. "Hey!" I said indignantly. In the shock of the moment, my outrage outweighed my fear. That was my ghost. What was that for? She disappeared into the shadows. I didn't tell my parents about it in case they insisted we move. I decided I could handle this on my own. I clearly offended the spirit of my house, and so I had to make things right. After thinking about it for a while, I suddenly realized what the problem was. I'd recently come into possession of a number of well-known, dirty magazines. One of my friends from school had given them to me with a conspirational wink. It was clear now that the ghost was a girl. Obviously, she thought I was a filthy pervert. She didn't like it. I went outside early one morning. I burned them in the yard. Then I turned back to the house and said, "Sorry. I was only curious. I'm not really a pervert. I haven't even kissed a girl before." The wind's howl sounded like a sigh. Then I realized it was a sigh, and that the person who sighed was standing right behind me. I yelped in shock and turned around. The ghost girl looked at me. Out in the sunlight, her hair no longer covered her face. She didn't look dead at all. She was young, my age maybe, a little older. "I didn't want to hurt you," she said. "It wasn't because of anything you did." I was dumbfounded. I had always known she existed, so I wasn't that shocked, but spirits weren't supposed to appear in broad daylight and talk to you. "Oh, I mean, it's good, I suppose, but why?" "Don't you know that a house spirit can only leave if they find someone to take their place? You love this house. You're already bound to it. If you died here, you'd become the new ghost that lives here." "And you want to leave?" "Of course. I'm not bound here by happy memories. I was murdered here. I'm bound to this place by suffering." "Oh." I folded my arms. "I'm sorry, but that's not my fault. And you've been happy here with us, haven't you? We've always treated you with respect, so I think it's pretty mean of you to decide to kill me all of a sudden." Her expression darkened for a second. Her face distorted into something that was not quite human, and her teeth suddenly looked sharp. My stomach twisted in sudden fear, but my eyes fixed on hers. Then she looked down. "I know, but it's different for you. You'd be happy here. I know you. I've known you all your life. You live in your own imagination. You love to wander the woods, gaze at the lake. You have a peaceful soul. If you took my place, you could stay here forever, and you'd be happy." I opened my mouth to argue, but then I closed it again. She did seem to know me pretty well. There are many moments, quiet moments, in the trees, listening to the wind, where I wished I could just freeze time. "But what happened to you?" I said at last. "I don't know. I guess I'd go where normal dead people go. Maybe they stop existing. I don't know any more than you do. I don't mind not existing." "You don't?" The idea of nothingness, just blank, endless non-existence, was terrifying to me. I'd stay up at night trying to wrap my head around the concept of oblivion. Of course, it was impossible to imagine it, but I couldn't help trying. "No, I wish I'd never been born." We looked at each other in silence. The sun was beginning to set. My parents would be home soon. "How long have you been here?" I asked at last. "I don't know. A long time, I think. I've seen many people born and die here. We've been here for dozens of lifetimes at least then. I'm only 13. I'm not ready to die and become a ghost. I don't want to make my parents unhappy. I want to see the world. I want to live for a long time, work in an office, become important. But when the time comes to die, I promise I'll come back here. You can wait for one more lifetime, but you have to promise not to hurt anyone." She was quiet. "Okay," she said. "I promise." The wind blew again, and she melted away into the summer air. I never saw her again. But I still talked to her like an old friend, even if I couldn't see her. I knew she was listening. I told her about my first broken heart. Felt a soothing hand touch my hair as I cried into my pillow. I grumbled to her about stupid teachers as I worked on my homework late at night. When I was 18, when I got accepted into my dream university in the United States, I told her I was going across the ocean to study. I heard weeping echoing through the house that night. That was 70 years ago. I lived well. I got my degree. I lived in the States for 10 years before I got a job in Shanghai. I got married, had 2 kids, 5 grandchildren. I've done well enough to leave behind a sizable inheritance. My parents lived in that house for many years after that. The ghost kept her word, didn't hurt them. They even told me about a strange incident once. They'd arrived home after a trip and found the house broken into, but nothing was missing and there was spots of blood on the floor. The police asked them if they had a dog because it looked like the burglar had been injured and left in a hurry. We never had a dog. I've had many homes since then, apartments, dorms, big houses. I always talk to them. I greet the spirits politely. When I walk through the door, I chat to them as I do my housework. I always say goodnight when I leave. Thank them for watching over me. I've been feeling homesick recently. My wife's been dead for 3 years now, and my children are all grown up and successful, and they'll all be fine without me. I'm still healthy. But at my age, you never know what'll do you in. No point waiting around to find out. I'm thinking it's time to go home. I know she's waiting for me. I miss that old house, the mountain air, the forests, and those familiar paths. And I'm ready. I'm ready to keep my promise. I don't ever want to fade away into the dark.
Hey there, kids. It's me, MrCreepyPasta, and we are once again celebrating 10 years on YouTube. We are pretty far down the list. I think we just passed halfway now, so we're almost through our 10 videos that are important to me, or 10 videos that have made up who I am. And I don't think any of you are surprised to see a Slenderman video here. If there's one creepypasta monster I could absolutely say is responsible for making me who I am, who's not Jeff the Killer, then it would be Slenderman. Slenderman, I feel like, has ingrained himself into just about every facet of what creepypastas are, or what online horror is, or what ARGs are. And I don't think I could ever get away from talking about creepypastas without talking about creepypasta monsters, or talking about creepypasta OCs, or talking about, I guess, what at this point is considered to either be classics or memes. So, Tall, Thin, and Faceless is absolutely one of the best Slenderman stories, at least in my opinion, that I've ever recorded. And I've recorded it 2 or 3 times by now, but as a part of this series, it is absolutely something that made me who I am. This is Tall, Thin, and Faceless by an unknown, anonymous author. Walls. White walls. White, padded walls. Day in and day out. White, padded walls. Let me tell you why I see white padded walls day in and day out. I am, or at least according to several doctors, certifiably insane. Hallucinations, paranoia, schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder, the list goes on. I was a normal working class man living the American dream. I had a wife, 2 children. My income was high, my debt was low. I had it all, and then things started to go wrong. They started to go in a direction I couldn't even fathom. My wife and I had always wanted to go to the British Isles, but for the longest time, the money wasn't there. It took 7 years and 2 promotions before we could even begin to think realistically. Anyway,
After months of careful planning and preparation, we were on a plane flying over the Atlantic Ocean. Just me and her. No kids, no job. Nothing but beautiful scenery and relaxation for 24 straight days. Fast forward a week. Having taken in many of the big city sights, we decided to see some of the smaller places out in the countryside. So we packed a small bag of essentials. We took a cab into the rural side of England, and this is where things start to go wrong. Not the whole world is coming to an end wrong, even though it sure feels like it. It was just wrong. We came across an old tailor in a moderately decorated cabin. He said he'd been making suits for over 65 years. My interest was piqued. I decided to splurge a little bit and buy one. Nothing beats the craftsmanship of a well-tailored suit. After paying for it and calling for a cab, a picture on a wall caught my eye. It was old. It was black and white, mid-50s. It was a very tall, very slim, suited man standing on a grassy plain. His face appeared to be smudged out. It was old. I didn't think much of it. Even so, something about this picture was unnerving. It gave an odd vibe. It felt almost menacing. I inquired about the photo, but the odd man refused to talk about it. That just added fuel to my mental fire. Days upon days had passed. My wife and I took in every sight, every castle, every grassy knoll we possibly could. But alas, eventually we had to go home. Part of us wanted to stay, but we were exhausted. There was no way we could spend any longer there. Our flight back home was vague, as we were both asleep most of the time. The drive back home was hazy. We just wanted to relax, and as I pulled into the driveway, something was off. Something it didn't feel right. I got that same feeling I had when I saw the picture inside the tailor's home. It was a feeling of dread, curiosity. I didn't want to continue, but my mind forced me to. I stepped out of my car, and when I stood onto the concrete, my legs suddenly gave out. I fell onto the ground and onto my right hand, and I found myself unable to force myself up. I must be more tired than I thought. My wife helped me up and supported me up to the bedroom. I felt I was going to be asleep for a very long time. Or so I thought. That night I was plagued by nightmares of the suited man on the grassy plain. It wasn't really a bad dream as much as it was his presence haunting me in my subconscious, just standing there. Unnaturally tall, unnaturally thin, standing there without a face, without an identity, and no matter how hard I tried, his face never focused. It was as though the picture had come alive in my thoughts but remained unchanged. This went on until I had been abruptly awoken by the sound of the smashing of a lamp. I raced down 2 flights of stairs leading from the bedroom to the living room, armed with only the brick that we used as a doorstop. I slowly crept to where the only lamp in our house used to be. I knelt down to pick up a piece to examine when I felt a slight blow of wind from behind me, like a person running past. I shot up faster than a startled cat. I spun around to see what or who it was. My eyes had still not adjusted, so surrounding me was nothing but darkness. My next thought was to listen. Nothing. Not a single thing, not even the sound of a house settling. Maybe it was my nightmare or fatigue playing tricks on me. Maybe we had a slight tremor that caused the lamp to inch off the table. Regardless, I was tired. I sorely wanted to get some nightmare-free sleep. But it didn't happen. Throughout the rest of the night, the slender man was everywhere within my dreams. He was a bit curious, though, so he only ever seemed to cautiously hide behind trees. Only in the original photo was he completely exposed. Even subconsciously, I wished that I hadn't moved next to a forest, knowing that he could be lurking, watching me, analyzing me. It didn't take long to force myself awake. 10:46 a.m. I looked to my left. I looked to my right. My wife was calmly sleeping. Lucky her. I dragged myself out of bed and slowly made my way downstairs. I half expected the TV to be blaring with my kids' eyes glued to the screen, but then I realized they were at their grandma's house. They were due back that day. I was going to miss the quiet. It was all right. I missed my kids even more. I continued down the stairs, hoping to get a game of solitaire in on the computer, when something made me feel very weak and hollow. The lamp wasn't broken, but it wasn't brand new either. Someone took the pieces and shoddily glued them back together, and the glue wasn't glue. It was black and rubbery, like tar. I would have tasted it for origin, but that never is a good idea. My wife needed to wake up, and soon. I was starting to panic. I explained what happened the night before, about the lamp and the nightmares and such. She just rolled her eyes and told me I was on something. Wives. Sometimes I think they do it on purpose. Still, feeling uneasy from this morning, I managed to force myself to look out into the forest behind our house. It was very calm. Nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't completely dark, so it didn't look nearly as ominous as it usually did at night. I was badly lamenting this night in particular. And suddenly I saw a light out of the corner of my eye. One that caused me to nearly jump out of my skin. It was just the kids being dropped off. I swear I was thinking too much into this. I couldn't keep my nerves steady half the time. Hours passed. We played with the children. We put them to bed. We relaxed on the couch. My wife was asleep on my chest. I was nodding off. I slowly closed my eyes. It wasn't long before the quiet was broken and my wife and I were woken up. A window broke upstairs. In a panic flurry, we ran up the stairs as fast as we could. Our eldest son, scared out of his mind, said it came from his brother's room. Without even thinking, I kicked the door in. Only the nightlight in the far corner brought light into the pitch-black room. And there he was. The man from my dreams, the slender man hovering over my son's bed. Having seen him, I acted without even knowing what was going on. Punches were thrown, long black tendrils whipped all around. The last thing I remember was being held tightly above the ground and thrown against a wall. And that's when I blacked out. When I came to, my wife was in tears. I had 3 cracked ribs. My son was gone. The slender man had my son, and there was nothing I could do. But I knew he was going to come back. And that was when I would get him. The rest of the day was full of emotion. My wife could hardly stop crying. Our other son was in a constant state of shock. I could barely think straight. I did, however, manage to call the police. I told them my son had been abducted by a man in a long black suit. I kept the details of the tendrils to myself in fear that they wouldn't believe me, but that was the least of my worries. I needed to figure out when he would return. Police showed up and took each of our statements. They examined my son's room. They did a quick scour of the forest outside. It seemed like not a single piece of evidence was found. They had begun to leave when something hanging from high up on a branch caught their eyes. It was a piece of material, black, pinstriped, much like the suit I bought while I was on vacation. I pointed this out to the police, and they inquired to see my suit. I gladly showed them. When they opened the closet door, what they found was beyond belief. Wrapped in my now tattered suit was my son, completely drenched in blood, and he didn't look conscious. Both myself and the police were shocked and disgusted, and that's when I blacked out. When I came to, I was in an unfamiliar place. Gray painted walls, small windows on one of them. One exceptionally bland table. And great, I was in an interrogation room. I sat there alone for the good part of an hour before actual human life entered the room with me. And now my memory is a bit hazy at this point, so I'll try to sum up the conversation as best as I could. The officer said, he said that your son didn't survive. Deepest sympathies to you and your family. You've not been proven guilty, but evidence leans towards it. A further investigation must be held. You have to be brought back home, but you'll be under constant supervision, and so on and so forth. I was driven back home in the back of a police cruiser. Last time I was there was in high school, and vandalism was the cool thing to do. I was welcomed with open arms by my still sobbing wife and my emotionless son. Going back wasn't easy. Thankfully, we didn't have to stay long. The police explained that we were going to stay at the hotel for a few days. We gathered our things when a picture from our fridge caught my eye. It was a picture that my late son drew. When I saw it, my heart nearly stopped. See, in the cutest crayon drawing you can imagine was my son, standing next to a tall, faceless man in a black suit. I made sure no one was around to see me stuff the picture in my pocket. The hotel was what you would normally expect. Simple wallpaper, 2 twin beds, 1 TV, cheap, flowery design on everything else. It would have to do since we were stuck there. We settled in, placing out our stuff and lying down. On the other hand, I went to the bathroom. The only place I knew was private. I locked the door. I took the picture out of my pocket. I scoured the page for clues. To no avail. All that was there was the crude drawing and his name scribbled into the bottom corner. The thing that unnerved me the most was the fact that the slender man had no face, no identity. Not a single outstanding feature. It rattled me to the core. But I had enough stress from today. I needed sleep. I needed it badly. The night was rough, but I still managed to. Not a single dream with the slender man either. Then a banging came from the door. Being half asleep the whole time, it scared the shit out of me. I turned to my right. 5:14 a.m. As we're gonna roll. I dragged myself out of bed and very slowly I opened the door. It was the police officer that drove us here. He had a look of panic on his face. He said that my son was missing. Nothing clicked. It took me a minute to wake up and grasp reality again. My son's body was missing. Snatched right from the hospital, but this time I knew where he was. I had to get back to the forest. I had to find the remains of my suit. It was the only way to stop the slender man, but I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. I asked the police officer if he could drive me back to my house, that I had forgotten something. He pondered a moment, and finally he obliged. This time, I had been allowed to sit in the passenger seat. The ride there was quiet. I tried to get some sleep. He didn't start any conversations, and when we got there, I was careful to make sure that no one else saw me. I entered the house through the front door and quickly escaped out the back and headed for the forest. It was still very dark out. Traversing the heavily wooded area was not easy. The only light that came through was that of the moon, so I walked almost blind, hoping to find some scrap of my suit. It seemed to be impossible until, amid the darkness, I saw a scrap of paper. The white of it stood out like a sore thumb. I leaned down to pick it up, and when I turned it around, what I saw completely horrified me. It was another drawing by my son with both him and the slender man. But this one was different. There were 3 other people, a boy the same height as him, an older-looking girl, and another boy as big as the girl. And it dawned on me. It was my family. My family. My son drew us in with this slender man. And then I saw a beam of light. It was a police officer. I ran up to him and I showed him the picture. I explained that my family is in great danger. And all he told me was there was nothing he could do. He said that we should go back to the car and we could go to the hotel. A million thoughts ran through my head. Should I concede? Should I resist? What I did next is peanuts compared to what was about to unfold, but I didn't know about it looking back, and I didn't want to. I gave in to the police officer's request, and I began to head back to the car, and while he had his back turned to me, I picked up a fair 6-stone, and I brought it down on his head. He staggered a bit, and then he fell to the ground, and I took the car keys off of him, and I ran towards the car. It was still dark. I needed to get back to the hotel. I screeched to an immediate halt in the hotel parking lot, and I ran towards the door where they were staying. I swung open the door, and behold, the one thing I was trying to prevent. Amidst all the blood that painted the room with 3 bodies making circles around the Slender Man. He turned and he looked at me. His hollow, non-existent eyes staring deep into me. Emotions I'd never felt before, emotions without names, filled my brain and body. It was like he was making me feel everything he ever had. And with an outstretched hand, he said only one thing that would be burned into the back of my mind forever. Help me. Sirens came from behind me. I turned around to see the police cruisers pulling into the parking lot and watching them get out. Using car doors and shields with their guns aimed at me, I raised my hands above my head. I slowly looked behind myself to see the Slender Man fade away into nothing, leaving only a tattered suit in a heap on the floor. He killed my family. My life would never be the same, and yet something told me I was never going to see him again. I'd never be able to exact revenge, even if I figured out how. Everything up until the white padded walls isn't exactly clear to me, and I've been told that after they saw me at the hotel with DNA on my suit, I was made the primary suspect. And after they arrested me and subjected me to the frivolous testing to which they got nothing more than unintelligible noises, I was submitted to this place. To the white padded walls. The same white padded walls I see all day, every day. No one will know what happened to me and my family. The emotions that were broadcasted to me caused me to lose my ability of speech. And now all I can do is write and draw. And I write out the emotions that the Slender Man felt. I draw the things that he's seen. They're what keep me here. I'm a victim of another man's emotion. Sometimes I feel like I've become him. Like we're the same being. That day I learned something. We were Slender. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta. I wanted to say thank you for watching tonight's video or listening to tonight's podcast episode, and also wanted to let you know that if you're interested in getting some Dungeons & Dragons, Creepypasta, or many, many other things themed tea, you can always check out my wife's tea shop at etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. And I want to give a very special thank you to all of you who support me on Patreon, because quite honestly, you guys help me keep the lights on in my house, and I can't thank you enough for that. A very special thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Ken Lando Higuchi, Chumbinski, Bobby Carmen, Nico Kyle, Tristan Pelton, Chase Burnett, Deanna Kraus, G. Weevil 3, Chris Lovin, Freddie Krueger, Dr. Stein and Mr. Happy, Miranda Jeffries, Holgungshi, Justin Johnson, Raven Hart, Unknown Nobody, Michael Scarborough, Kazin, this is my real name, no shit, Jason V.B. Wilson, Infernal One, Jimbo the Hutt, Caspian, Jordan Nels, Hades' Nephew, Jordan Wayne Deckard, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Someone You Love, S-Man, Kiri the Sloth, Liam Newman, Sky Harbor, Caleb Dougal, Nina Smith, Raphael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Paulson, and Corey Kenshin. Thank you guys so much. Like, seriously, thank you guys so much. And if you would like to be able to join them, you always can at patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. I love you guys, seriously. All of you who support on Patreon, who follow, who subscribe, those of you who listen, and those of you who lurk. Thank you for the amazing 10 years. And sweet dreams.
Update. September 20th. Alright, I never got around to posting the previous investigation. I know, it was irresponsible, but during my wait for Puppet Master, I started actually paying attention to my college courses. And I never really had time to revise my first draft. So I suppose I'll just have to post my findings in one long entry, as I've seen the revival of Puppet Master. The experience was odd. It's hard to remember the things that went wrong until I run through the entire thing in my head. It's easier to write about the first act in that way, I guess. I know that doesn't really make sense when you put it to words, but it's hard to explain. But enough of my cryptic buildup. I arrived in Chicago last week, where I stayed with a couple of old high school friends for a few days. We had fun catching up, but I never took my mind off of the Puppet Master's regime. The theater that housed the production was rather obscure, located a few miles out from the main city, and none of the news articles that I've read post-preview have mentioned the name of that theater, so I can only imagine that they don't want the publicity. Upon entering the theater, I was given a playbill by a cheery man in a suit, an older gentleman with a weak smile on his face. The playbill itself showed the white silhouette of a young boy. Several puppet strings attached to a scribbly red and black heart that hung within his chest. There were white dollies hanging all around him. I remember thinking that it was odd that a preview playbill would be in color, as those usually aren't printed until the show starts making money. Well, anyway, I made it to my seat and began to read through the playbill itself. I didn't much care about the names of the cast members, though I do recall seeing the pictures for a boy playing the part of Narrator, a 14-year-old named Milton Holliday. And the show opened to a long, plodding overture, played mostly with piano, with these odd whistles being played through the speakers all around the theater. And after about 5 minutes, the music changed to a more bouncy, lighthearted tune, and the curtain came up. The stage was empty. Nothing but the projected backdrop of a village square with these old clouds floating above. About 10 children in 18th century Germany clothing skipped on stage, playing with balloons and dolls. As the music progressed, a small mechanical horse wheeled its way on stage. The lights dimmed, and the children stopped. The horse dragged along a cart upon which a small curtained puppet box faced the audience. As the cart came to a stop, a large puppet in a black robe flew out from behind the curtain, and the children screamed and backed away. And then the puppet spoke. "Good day, little ones. What a wondrous day for a bout of play, isn't it? Now don't you be frightened, sweetlings. The puppet dressed in black has a tale to weave, and someone has to hear it. Why, even if a story isn't terribly uplifting, it's the relevance of the story that matters, isn't it? Now gather, my popinjays. For this story, I'm afraid, requires the keen ears of a curious child. For only the innocent can see things simply, without the distractions of growth." The children looked at each other, then slowly began to gather around the cart. Once they were all seated, the puppet let out a chilling laugh. "That's the spirit, kiddies," he spoke. "Now this is a story about many things, about love and hate, about dark and light, about the difference between right and wrong, and the difference between wrong and right. But at the core, this is a story about a little boy named Narrator." And with that, the light on the cart fades away, and a light fades in on a small boy holding a broom, smiling proudly. Narrator. The rest of the prologue is rather bland, and I can't remember or decipher the audio to much of the exposition. The puppet, Narrator, and Mr. Obscure share a song. We learn that Narrator was an orphan who Mr. Obscure found on the side of the street 5 years ago, and has since put him to work in his puppet shop. The costumes from this point seem much less historically accurate from the opening scene. Everyone's costumes seem faded and bland in color scheme, but each of the outfits are ridiculously frilly and layered. Some of the story's exposition is changed. For example, Narrator's last name, Obeisance, has been reapplied from the novel on which the story was based. The staging and set design is oddly reminiscent of Andrew Lloyd Webber's The Woman in White. Most of the sets are made up of hyper-realistic projections that give the illusion of a moving camera. However, unlike The Woman in White, there are far more set pieces which actually have moving images projected on them, like the revival of Sunday in the Park with George. For example, during one of the opening songs, I can hear them whisper. We see Narrator sweep up along the puppet shop. We watch as the front desk and 2 puppet display shelves spin around on the turntable as the projected background spins slightly faster, adding in ominous shadows and subtle lighting changes. It was dizzying, but effective. Most of the Act 1's exposition seemed rather harmless, in my opinion. It almost seems like the start of a Disney show. However, I did find my inner critic rolling his eyes at some of the lyrics, my personal favorite being, "He pretended he was crying, though they told me he was lying, and he's a sickly boy, knowing not of joy." However, upon comparing the new version to what I've heard about with the other 2, there are some significant changes to the show. For example, the character of Madame Repario has been cut completely. After the cutesy song Get a Puppet, we are taken to the center of the village. And here we have one of the songs that had been cut in the previous version, entitled Whittletime, in which the villagers celebrate a holiday of the same name. The celebration focuses on villagers dancing around with a puppet and doll made out of random objects such as twigs, scraps, and clothing, and cornstalks. The music is charming, like a folk song, although the lyrics don't seem to make much sense. Dancing as we pither, though the wilting and woe, evermore aligned along the ever-growing row, eyes without a trace of tone or livelihood, and so rise and rejoice for a Whittletime song, and the willows will wander all Whittletime long. Here, the song where the children sell dolls is used as a bridge in the Whittletime sequence. Another change is the rearranging of the wind and whisperings, a song that was originally played in Act 2. In this new version, it's sung monotonously by a group of black-clad people mourning the loss of a young girl, a rape victim. The sequence itself is it's so strange. Around 8 people walk on stage, 4 of them carrying a small open coffin, and the lighting goes from yellow-orange to blue, and the chorus drones on for about 8 minutes as they somewhat explain how the girl died. The wind was her muse for play, and she pranced along the riverway. She slipped along the sides of the weeping willow's hairs, and she danced along the riverway with narrow remorse. The whisperings from far away, calling out for her to stay. She stayed there with the wind and the whisperings of yore, and she danced with him until he saw fit to take her source. Again, this uncomfortable ensemble song goes on for about 8 minutes. From what I could assume, the little girl had been playing along the river when a man asked her to stay with him until nighttime, where he tied her down before a policeman stopped him right as the girl had perished. Other than that, most of Act 1 seemed the same as the other versions, given there was a small bit where a girl with a puppet mysteriously appears and disappears while Narrator sweeps up the shop, and a random scene right
before the finale, in which Mr. Obaskar sings about the hardships of raising Marauder, a song reworked from the same song Madame Repario sang in 1934. The finale song itself, which so many people had claimed held some sort of force to it in the 1934 production, didn't seem all that powerful. Though this may be due to a rewrite. The 1934 version was said to be significantly longer than the 1928 workshop, and at around 12 minutes of non-stop gibberish lyrics. The version had a reprise of The Wind and the Whisperings, followed by a few verses told through the old language. The lyrics are in fact somewhat odd-sounding after 2 minutes of non-stop strobe lighting, but I wasn't that affected by it. There weren't any deaths after the finale, at least. Though, intermission did last 10 minutes longer than it was supposed to due to technical difficulties backstage. Act 2 was where most of the changes seemed to be. It began with a light on Marauder being strung up on ropes like a puppet, his friends and Mr. Obaskar hanging on each side of him. A new song plays, where all the songs from Act 1 are placed into a montage, while the Act 1 finale music plays in the background. And just as the music shifts to the pounding Whittle Time music, Marauder awakens. And remember when I mentioned that Act 2 was mostly made up of a bunch of songs played one after the other for no apparent reason? Most of that's been cut. The only two songs from that long, drawn-out sequence are What Is This Place? And Marauder's Soliloquy, which has been renamed to Marauder Confronts the Puppet, and has been changed to a duet sequence. The lyrics have been improved, whereas the 1934 show had lyrics such as this. What is this place? What are you aiming? This isn't well, sir. Why are we gaming? This isn't a game. The improved lyrics are, what is this place? Wait, am I dreaming? This isn't real, no, nor what it's seeming. It's all a dream. It's still a little clunky, but at least they make sense now. And the particular scenes that I listed before involved a panicking Marauder confronting the puppet dressed in black, who explains that Marauder's soul once belonged to a child rapist, and that he died before the puppet could punish him. This is where the set design becomes a bit odd. There were several floor-to-ceiling metal dollies that would constantly roll about on stage, as if to symbolize Marauder walking somewhere, and the backdrop went red, and there were projections of puppets flinging the corpses of children along the walls. To say it was unsettling would be an understatement. After this, the story progresses in a similar manner as the 1928 workshop, but with different twists. Marauder learns that the odd-looking man in black from the first act was the boy that Marauder raped in the past life. The man in black wants to revisit their relationship, but Marauder wants nothing to do with him. They spend the next 10 minutes singing about what might have been, and Marauder begins to remember things. He ends up seducing and dominating the man in black, while a group of children acrobats frolic along the long sheets of fabric above them. And just then, the puppet dressed in black shows up and orders the old man to go away. He explains to Marauder that his punishment is to forever serve him, aiding in the future murder of children in the village where he lives. As they both sing the title song, several children, including the little girl who drowned in Act 1, join in, all holding miniature puppets dressed in black. The new ending is a bit confusing, but apparently they're saying that pedophilia is some sort of vicious cycle. When one dies, his soul is placed into that of a newborn child who will, by fate, become one themselves. This influences them to be. Marauder, as well as several other children, manage to defy destiny by escaping their respective rapists, which results in their being enlisted into the puppet master's regime. It makes so little sense, and it's so damn creepy. Then, just like in the 1928 workshop, all of Marauder's friends are returned to the puppet shop, but none of them have any memory of Marauder. We cut back to the cart from the prologue, where we see all the children have disappeared, and from the back of the puppet box, Narrator and the man in black exit from behind the curtains. They hop upon the horse and begin to trot their way out of town. As they exit the village, they hear a small girl's terrified screams. She lunges out in front of the cart. She begins to beg Narrator and the man to help her, and just as the old man rushes out in pursuit, he insists that he is the girl's father. But she sobs that she's never met him before. Panicked, Narrator pulls on the horse reins and runs over the man, killing him. And the man in black turns to Narrator, and his voice low whispers, "Narrator, what have you done?" Before the lights go out. However, right after this scene is where things quickly became wrong. The lights slowly fade up from the green tint of the forest into a deep blue, similar to the lighting during the wind and the whispering. The entire company slips out from backstage holding their miniature puppets, staring directly at the audience. And just then, the lights begin to flash and the puppets... And I know this sounds kind of stupid to say, but they sang. I don't mean that the children sang while controlling the puppets' mouths. The puppets... they actually sang. And oh God, the song. It was the same gibberish from the Act 1 finale. The children, the adults, all of them were holding puppets. They chanted those horrible words over and over again, their eyes unblinking, focused on the audience. Trapped in our own seats, we were forced to listen to the song repeat itself over and over, and I saw that the cast had begun to move the puppets around in jerking, near-erotic dance moves, and every now and again twitching in unison with the rest of the company. And after a while, I began to feel sick. We were all sick. I could see people in front of me leave their seats, ready to leave. I tried tuning the chants out, but that only seemed to make them worse. The music pounded within me, causing me to jerk about with each pounding drum. As if I reached back in my seat, I realized something. The pounding within me wasn't just from the orchestra. It was from beneath me. For a moment, I could see that everyone else could see it too. For a faint moment, we could feel the ground beneath us quake along with the chants. I looked up to see if the cast had noticed, but then I saw the puppets. They were still dancing and moving within their performers' grasps, but the performers themselves were not moving their arms. And then for a moment, we all found relief. From backstage, several crew members rushed on the stage, pushing several actors away in the process, and one of them screamed out, "Fire! Shit!" And then the chaos began. From above the stage, all the lights began to shoot off. The projections behind the actors flickered briefly before shutting off entirely, and the company screamed, as did the audience. In a flash of fire and sparks, the actors began to leap off stage, and we all began to pile out the door. I still had a headache. I could still hear the pounding. The fire department arrived shortly after the theater was evacuated. About 10 minutes before the trucks arrived, we heard the back of the theater collapse. I've since checked the articles online, and 60-plus attendants of that show, 9 of them being the cast and crew, have gone missing. As it turned out, most of the people who didn't leave the parking lot were either helping out like me, or were too shaken up to drive. And when I finally began to walk towards my car, a gurney was wheeled right past me. The man that I saw laying there unconscious and hooked up to an oxygen tank was the same man who handed me the playbill. I drove back to my friend's apartment and went straight to bed. Even in my sleep, I could still hear the pounding. By morning, my headache had stopped, but the memory of the night before still lingered. I went to my computer straight away to upload the audio that I had recorded. My camera tends to divide long videos into smaller ones, and I immediately deleted the last video. Nobody ever needed to hear that, especially not me. I listened to the recording again, making notes in word processor as I went along, and I found myself humming to some of the more bouncy tunes. The pounding slowly fading away. My fear of the show has lessened. The idea of supernatural forces destroying the theater seemed far too ridiculous for me to take seriously, and I brushed the fear aside. Once that was done, I went to work scanning the playbill. And after scanning the front, I went to work scanning the interior pages. A bit curious, I skimmed through some of the production names. And it was then, right there on the third page, I saw the picture of the man who had handed me the playbill. The man was the head producer-director. A cheery old man with a wrinkled face, looking away from the camera, and below his picture in bold letters read the name Timothy Cartwright. My face scrunched. My breath went still. All I could hear was the faint memory of the pounding. That isn't right, I told myself. It isn't possible. It's a different person. It had to be. Timothy Cartwright died on October 1st, 1935, at the premiere of The Puppet Master's Regime. Everyone saw it. Everyone saw him begging for help, strung up on strings. This isn't possible. In my interview, and then I remembered something. In my interview with Alice Corley James, she mentioned narrator's squinty eyes and his monotonous acting, and Timothy Wright was known for his wide-eyed expressions and over-the-top delivery. It's what made him famous. The person performing narrator that night in 1934 must have been Rory Atkins, the understudy. That and Garrus Creeley had been found dead, killed by a gunshot to the head. Everyone assumed that it was suicide. Nobody even suspected murder. I remembered Devon's journal, the puppet's mask, the clothes, the fascination Garrus Creeley had with the little cutie Wright, and nobody even suspected murder. Why would they? And then to add to my revelation, I realized that among the cast members who had escaped from the theater, there was one boy seated in the back seat of his mother's car. The vague, empty face of Milton Holiday. Narrator. The Puppet Master's Regime is not a simple musical. I've come to realize it's more than just a production. It's a force, an entity even. It's not just a madman's sick, elaborate scheme to... It isn't just a young boy's obsession over destroying his father's work. It isn't only an innocent victim's last attempt at showing the world how he was wronged. It's a greater monster than that. And within the writing and music of this show is something... I don't know what, and I don't want to know what, some kind of monster that refuses to die. And people who saw the Puppet Master's Regime in both 1928 and 1934 were said to have suffered from long-life mental effects, causing them to hum tunes that they had heard only once. And even now, as I type, I quietly hum the sick, demented tune of Never Mind Me, Mister. And when I sleep, the wind and the whispering refuses to rid itself from my subconscious. I find myself thinking about this production night and day, singing and thinking about possible depths to certain subplots and songs. And what's worse is I know that someday another revival of the demented work will make its way onto stage. Milton Holiday is still alive, isn't he? And this evil won't rest until it remakes itself again. I've decided not to post any more of my findings. This includes the audio taken of my revival, and I suggest that none of you ever attempt to look further into the matter. It simply isn't worth it. A few days after writing this, I read a few articles about the fire at the theater and those 60-plus missing people. The fire department has been searching through the rubble. None of the bodies have been found.
May 26th, 2009. Hello, Diary. My name is Daniel Franklin. I just got this leather-bound beauty of a book in a garage sale. Its covers are smooth and black, pages yellowed and antique in texture. No doubt a detail I'll become fond of as time goes on. Hell, I already like it. Gives the book a classical feel. Such a delightful thing, don't you agree? But I digress. Today was just full of ventures to break out of the rut into which my life had sunk. First, I tried the new eatery on 8th. And then I bought this book at an old, out-of-the-way garage sale in Eatonton. Such a kind old woman selling them. Cookies she gave the buyers were just delicious. I may go back to get one, if not to acquire the recipe itself. Well, my cat, Bartolome, is keeping me company tonight, and I must cut this first, rather short entry to a close. And I hope to update this with my memoirs of my life many, many times. May 27th, 2009. Hello, Diary. Daniel again. Today was boring as usual. Even my favorite book couldn't alleviate the cloud of boredom over my head. I started to find my best friend Mark to be a tad annoying. Mark is nothing special. Normal American family man from the suburbs. Is there anything wrong with me if I start to think some human beings are disposable? It earlier crossed my mind how uninteresting some of the robotic creatures I keep in my company really are. Ashley with her endless list of pet names for her latest boy toy. Stuart his mumbling about the paranormal, UFOs, and the like. Though his theories are interesting, they're still about the same thing every day. Is it really wrong to think that these beings are just packs of meat that shouldn't have been given a working brain? Death will be a mercy to them once they reach that faithful day. Wait, what am I writing? These are my friends. What the hell came over me? Well, I did stop by that sweet old woman's house today. We shared a plate of some of those delicious cookies, with some tea, the flavor of which I can't place. Such a sweet old woman. It's too bad much of her family is dead, or has forgotten about her. Her name is Susan Anderson, and her home is filled with so many curiosities from ages of old. It just fascinates me so. I must go back there. I must go back there again sometime. Well, I must pull this entry to a close. I'm still asking myself how I could think such horrible things as I did about my closest coworkers. May 28th, 2009. Diary, I'm going to be rambling tonight. I woke up because of I don't know if this was a bad dream or a good dream. I remember it so vividly, even though dreams have almost never stuck in my head since the day of my puberty. And many of those were less confusing and a little more wet. Well, this one was strange. Felt more like a memory than a dream, though before now I hadn't been aware of such a memory. It was when I was barely 5 years old. I was the son of the town butcher, and my teenage sister at the time loved me, and I loved her. Never knew that she was sad in any way. She always seemed happy enough. I never knew her true thoughts. Even as I write this, I still don't understand. In my dream, I was toddling through the house, but something struck me as being amiss. One of Daddy's knives was missing. I looked up at the wooden knife block, seeing the curious gap in the row of black grips. Dad always said to tell him when there was a knife gone from his counter. For whatever reason, I didn't pay attention to his rule and continued on in my dream. And suddenly, I was pushing my way into my sister's room. She was on her bed, arms hanging off each side, dripping with some dark red liquid. It looked almost like juice. Walked over and dragged my finger across one of the pools of red liquid before placing it in my mouth and sucking. It was not a pleasant taste. Rather, it tasted like some of those shavings left over from when Dad sharpened his knives. The rest seemed to happen in slow motion. Mommy walked in, found us, she screamed, fell on the bed over my sis. I tugged on her dress. "What's wrong, Mommy? Sissy's just sleeping. And she made juice!" And that's all I remember. It was chilling. I remember it, and I think I will continue to think about it. Can't shake it. Is it an actual memory that I put behind me? I can still taste the juice in the dream. Tasted heavily of iron, but also sweet. June 9th, 2009. Diary. I have an explanation as to why I've been absent. Mark died. He got in a car crash and bled to death. God, poor little Justine. She's going to be 5 next week, and now she doesn't have a father with whom to spend her birthdays. Ramona, his wife, is a wreck. His funeral service is on Sunday, and I'll miss him dearly. I've known him since we were both just in kindergarten, you see. I've been like a ghost these past couple days. The boss told me to take some days off work at the office, at least until after the funeral. It'll be hard to cope with the loss, but I believe I'll come through all this with my head held high. Paper cut. Such trivial little things, tiny, thin. They heal in less than an hour if they're treated right, but they bleed like the dickens until they do. That memory. They only sting, but you can always feel them nagging at you for the time that they're there. Also, the blood. It has the same taste of the blood in my memory. Most people find the taste too metallic. No one tastes the sweet side of the blood fluid. Wait, what am I saying? It's revolting. Such a barbaric thing to do, drink blood. Say it's sweet. Even if it is. June 12th, 2009. Diary. I was fired. I've drunk my own blood. It's delicious, so sweet, so thick, I just love it. I gave it some thought for the last couple of days, and the liquid is almost magical, isn't it? Such a deep red, mysterious, again, thick. I love it. I would drink all the blood out of my body if it wouldn't kill me. But now that I gave it some thought, trying to keep this new taste of mine at bay was just plain asinine. It's a beautiful thing. Prettier than the average rose. Nothing can beat it. Though, my thoughts are now starting to wander. If my own blood tastes so good, how am I to know that other people's blood doesn't taste better? I must find out. Let the consequences not sway my hand. I will have my sweet elixir, my sparkling cider, my red wine. June 15th, 2009, 6 o'clock p.m. Tonight I will sample another's blood. It will be that sweet old Susan Anderson. She won't be missed anyway, so why not have her be my first? It'll be like a mercy to her, being so old and near death already. I bet her blood has aged like sweet, sweet wine. Bring my 2 closest friends with me. You see, Mark is coming along for the excursion into the night, along with my sweet sister Alexis. They understand and they support me. They know how sweet blood really is. They know that I need it. I crave it. My body yearns for it, yeah. But this knife and this glass, they will help me sample the selfishly unshared blood of Susan Anderson. 7:02 p.m. She welcomed me. She thinks I'm just here to share another cup of tea. She didn't even question the knife and the glass. Hell, she even put them on the cabinet, as if on display. Oh, well, I don't need a knife. I have this pen. And everybody says the pen is mightier than the sword. As I said, I will have her blood. who says I can't have a little appetizer? Just simple little prick on the finger. That's all I need. Yes, simple, delicious. Just have more. Must have more. The finger is not enough for me anymore. It's just child's play now. Where should I cut to find more? Yes, of course. I've known the answer all along. That dream wasn't just a memory. It was telling the future. The veins and the arteries in my wrist will have the sweetest mixture. My sweet sister was just showing me where to find it. My word, this must be the nectar of the gods itself. Just so divine. Blood is the answer to all my prayers. Must have more. More. Sister is showing me the way. July 1st, 2009. What a pleasant diary! Such a nice feel to it. The cover, the most exquisite shade of red, pages old and yellow, just like some journal back in the times of Lewis and Clark. I simply demanded to know where Susan got it, but all she said was that she had many of the like. She must be rich. Such a book deserves to be put into a display case. She also invited me into her house where I am now, which is filled with so many oddities. Old guns, shards of plastic, group with old destroyed clocks. She even has a kitchen knife and an exquisite wine glass in one of the cabinets. She led me to a grand bookcase, and I was amazed at the various books lining the shelves. Some of them look centuries old, but the newest one looks like a twin of this one, simply in black. I asked her if I could read some of them, but she simply shook her head with a smile. Oh well. Where are my manners? My name is Martin Sampson of Eatontonville, Washington. I can't wait to write the memoirs of my life in these welcoming yellow pages.
Donnie Polk sat upright in his bed. Back against the headboard, his terrible memories of his childhood began flooding back to him. Memories about the bird woman. The creature his diseased mind had conjured up during his youth. The 39-year-old family man was no stranger to schizophrenia, though he hadn't felt its symptoms since he was a boy, before his doctors had put him on a plethora of antipsychotic medications. He remembered the way the bird woman would wake him in the dead of night, her slippery, forked tongue sliding into his ear, wriggling and writhing like some sort of alien parasite attempting to invade his brain. He could still vividly recall the way her breath always smelled of rotten meat, how its stench would rape his mouth, leaving its rancid flavor in the back of his throat every time she leaned her face into his and whispered her awful secrets. Secrets that appalled him as a young boy, that terrified him even more than her hideous, warped face. He glanced over to his wife, Gina, who was sound asleep next to him in bed. Donnie hoped a familiar sight would somehow snap him back to reality. She looked so peaceful as she dozed, her tranquil slumber uninterrupted by the panic attack her husband was currently experiencing. He felt as though he was losing his grip on reality. Gina was real. That much he was sure. What he wasn't sure about was whether or not the bird woman hovering at the foot of his bed was real too. It was the first time that he had seen her in 3 decades, but she was just how he remembered her. Pale white skin, stringy black hair, and a pair of mustard yellow eyes. That perverse stare made Donnie feel both terrified and unclean at the same time. His old nightmare had finally found a key to the vault in his mind, and now she was free, unleashed for the first time in years, and back for vengeance. She lifted her leg and placed a deformed foot on top of his bed. Her black crust-covered toenails left grime and dirt on his Egyptian cotton-white sheets. Donnie's heart skipped a beat as he watched the creature slide a second filthy, grotesque appendage on top of his mattress. She was coming for him, just like when he was a child. He considered waking Gina, who was still snoring next to him. His wife knew about his history with hallucinations, but had never seen him have an actual breakdown. Donnie wasn't sure how she'd react. The bird woman was now crouched on top of his legs, like a wild predator stalking a wounded animal. Horrible whispers had begun to trickle out of her disfigured mouth. His meds. How could he have forgotten about them? Donnie remembered that he always kept a bottle of clozapine next to his nightstand, just in case his hallucinations ever returned while he was in bed. He opened the drawer and rummaged through the darkness, frantically searching for the antipsychotics, while the bird woman started to slink up the bed. The smell of rotten meat began to force its way up his nostrils. Donnie held his breath in an effort to prevent the repugnant stench from entering his lungs. The bird woman was halfway up his torso now. Her grubby claws nipped playfully at his crotch as Donnie hunted for the drugs. The whispers had gotten louder, even though the awful creature's lips weren't even moving. Donnie tried to calm down by reminding himself that the monstrosity was just a product of his mental illness. But she seemed so real. The desperate man's fingers grazed up against a plastic cylinder inside the drawer. He had found it. Donnie yanked the pill bottle from the nightstand and unscrewed the cap. The creature's chin was resting on his chest. Her forked tongue hung from her mouth, snaking back and forth across the base of his neck, as if it had a mind of its own. He poured a handful of pills, not bothering to worry about the recommended dosage, as Birdwoman's slimy tongue slithered its way up the side of his face. The smell of her putrid breath had become overpowering. With one eye trained on the monstrous sight, Donnie raised the fistful of pills to his mouth, but felt a tug on his arm, giving him pause before he had a chance to pop the drugs. He turned his head to see his wife, Gina, eyes wide and full of panic, looking back at him. She swatted at her husband's hand, causing the pills to scatter across the bedroom floor. The bird woman's gaze stayed fixated on Donnie as she lapped at his cheek like a child with a melting popsicle. Gina opened her mouth to speak, voice quivering between her lips. Her words would send a new wave of horror through her husband's body, the likes of which Donnie Polk had never felt before. Donnie? Gina whispered. I see her too. Until today, I remembered my visits to Mrs. Burnage's house fondly. The neighborhood I lived in was small, with only 10 houses on the whole street. Each house was placed far apart, with everyone having at least 3 acres of property. Our house was at one end of the road, and Mrs. Burnage's was at the other. Mrs. Burnage was a sweet lady, probably in her late 50s when my sisters, Jason Adams, another younger kid in the neighborhood, and I would go visit her. I visited her from ages 8 to 13. And Mrs. Burnage didn't have children of her own. She wasn't able to, according to my mom. So she loved it when we would come over. And we did too. Even though she didn't have any of her own kids, her house was a child's dream. When you walked in, there were 2 living areas, one to the right, one to the left. The one on the right was normal enough, with couches, television, coffee table, a few hunted animals hanging on the wall, etc. The one to the left, which is a step lower and thus a step taller than the rest of the house, was a child's paradise. The main thing I remember about the room was that she had one of those red popcorn machine carts. As soon as we would come over, she'd put in fresh popcorn kernels and butter and have it hot and ready for us just minutes after arrival. She had dolls with elaborate dollhouses all over the room for the girls, and she had trucks, Legos, Kinects, an assortment of balls, and even a pinball machine for the boys. We would play there for hours and never tire of it. Mrs. Burnage didn't seem to either. She loved listening to us play. She'd make cookies and smile broadly when she'd hear us laugh. She always told us that our laughter was the happiest sound. We loved our time in that playroom, but we particularly looked forward to the summers when she'd let us play in the pool. As she had a normal-sized in-ground swimming pool in her backyard, she would let us go out there as soon as the temperature outside hit 80 degrees. Each year, she had a fresh batch of floating noodles and water toys for us to play with. She even surprised us one year and bought us a pool slide. We would shriek with laughter as we slid down and splashed into the pool, and even though Jason was 6 years younger than I was, We bonded by tormenting my sisters. We'd pretend that we were alligators and sneak up behind or even underneath my sisters, chomp on their legs with our arms, and make them squeal. We'd call after them as they swam away, "Alligators always eat squealing pigs," and laugh our heads off. Mrs. Burnage would prepare us lemonade, sit on the poolside lounge, and often played the Beach Boys on her big boombox. She was always watching us, smiling. And when I was 13, Jason ran away from home. We had always talked about running away and had even made maps of where we would go. We built a fort in the woods out of fallen limbs and rocks. We even had made a roof using bark and moss for shingles in case it rained. When we finally did run away, he left a note telling his parents why. That they didn't let him play Nintendo on weeknights. I was upset that he didn't invite me. When he ran away, he left with only his favorite red hoodie and blue jeans, his backpack, some granola bars, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I had figured that he ran away to our fort, but when I went down to the fort, he wasn't there. He never came back home. And his parents never found him. Nor did they ever find his body. They moved out of the neighborhood shortly thereafter. I don't think they could stand being where there was so many memories. His disappearance shook the entire neighborhood, but Mrs. Burnage seemed to take Jason's disappearance particularly hard. After he was gone, she stopped letting us come over. At first she said that she didn't feel well, but after a while, she just told us to stop coming over. I remember when she told us that because her words hurt. "I don't want you coming over ever again. I don't need you around." I grew up, got over Mrs. Burnage's rejection, went to college. I've recently moved back home. I've been reminiscing about old times. I've gone on long drives through the countryside, visited old friends, and today I decided to visit Miss Burnage. I walked over to her house. I rang the doorbell. Mrs. Burnage's footsteps grew louder as she came to the door, slowly turned the handle, and creaked the door open. She looked much older and seemed to have shrunk a bit. Peering out from the small opening, she looked me up and down and asked me, "Who are you and what do you want?" It's been 13 years since she's seen me, so I couldn't expect her to recognize me. I smiled and said, "Mrs. Burnage, it's me, Michael. I'm the niece's son. I used to come play at your house." Her eyes opened. Along with the door upon recognition, she invited me in, and I was happy to see that not much had changed. There was still children's toys in the room we used to play in, along with the red and gold popcorn machine. The main living area looked much the same, maybe with some updated furniture and different mounted deer heads and pheasants adorning the walls. She asked me if I'd like some popcorn, and I, for old time's sake, did. I sat on the steps that led down to that old playroom and listened to the popcorn popping while I chatted with Mrs. Burnage, telling her what I'd done with my life. I heard children laughing near the pool. I felt glad that she started letting kids back over to the house. Playing at her house were some of my fondest memories. She had always been so nice to me, and must have felt lonely without children around. I asked her if the kids playing were some of the neighborhood kids. She responded happily, almost bouncing, as she told me, "Oh yes, the niece's kids and the Adams boy came over here to play in the pool. I sure do love it when they come over." That poor lady, I thought, must be going senile. And I started to remind her, "Mrs. Burnage, I'm Michael. We're all grown up now, remember? And the Adams has moved away, and the nieces don't have any..." I trailed off. Heart pounding, as I heard something eerily familiar coming from the pool. I heard little girls shrieking and boys jeering at them. "Alligators always eat squealing pigs." I looked over my shoulder and I could see the open door that led to the pool. Mrs. Burnage's boombox was plugged in and propped the door open. As I realized that the sound was coming from the boombox and not from any children, I turned to see Mrs. Burnage's expression change from warm and slightly vacant to cold and furious. The room seemed to darken, and grow hot as she bellowed, throwing the bag of hot popcorn at me. "I told you that I didn't want you coming over here ever again. I don't need you anymore. Leave me alone." I left quickly as she followed me outside and stood in the doorstep, watching every one of my retreating steps. As I moved along the road, I could still hear the recorded voices and laughter of my sisters, me, and Jason. My stomach turned as I thought about just how creepy this all was, but then my stomach dropped to the ground as I looked back at a wide-eyed, staring Mrs. Burnage. And then through the gate at the backyard pool. Standing by the pool was what appeared to be a statue. Now, I was pretty far away by this point, but the figure appeared to be a little boy, immobile, looking through the gate into the woods behind the house. The boy was wearing a familiar red hoodie and blue jeans. Did I ever mention Mr. Burnage? He was a taxidermist. After I took the photos I posted, all I wanted to do was run as fast as I could away from her house, but I didn't want to further arouse her suspicions. I could not let her think that I had seen Jason's body. I regulated my pace, counting each deliberate step as if I were back in marching band. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I did that until I was out of sight from Mrs. Burnage. Then I ran, pushing myself so hard that I ran past the Adams' old house. I toppled over, slamming into the ground and spinning around once before coming to an embarrassing stop. I got back up, wiped myself off, and noticed my watch. It had broken. The face cracked right down the middle, with spiderweb cracks shooting off to the left, the right side remaining mostly intact. It had stopped on 6:37. I had received the watch as a present from my ex-wife. I looked down at it and half smiled. I had always hated the thing anyway. It was a stupid gift. With cell phones, who needs watches anymore? Plus, it was too big. The face alone was nearly the size of my palm and looked stupid on my small wrists, next to my girly hands. I'm not even sure why I continued wearing it after we got divorced. I guess it's hard to let things go sometimes. Seems we all have mementos to hang on to. Anyways, getting rid of the watch was low on my list of priorities, so I again started running a bit more carefully until I arrived home. Once I got to the house, I immediately called the sheriff's office in the small town where I lived and asked to speak with the sheriff himself, Alex Wallace. I had known Mr. Wallace for most of my life. He and his wife had gone to my church before Mrs. Wallace died a few years ago. He had stopped going since her passing, but he was still a pretty close family friend. When the secretary transferred me to him, relief spread through me. A cool, tingling sensation started on my head, down my neck, and emanating out, pushing away the fear and anxiety I'd been feeling. I hurriedly proceeded to tell him the Reader's Digest version of what I've already told you. He listened to me carefully, and he assured me that he would get it taken care of. He told me that he needed me to prepare a written statement and send it to his email along with the photos I took. He said that because this case was so high priority and had been a thorn in his department's side for so long, he wanted to make sure everything was done right. He said he'd handle it personally and was on his way to their house. I asked him if I needed to go down to the station to make an official statement. He said that wouldn't be necessary because he was going to need all his staff on the field. He said the emailed statements and photos would suffice. The instant I pressed end on my phone, my anxiety and fear swelled up and crashed down on me again with a vengeance, rendering me so completely incomprehensible and shaking on the floor. I wept. I wept for Jason, imagining what horrors he went through. Had he sought kind refuge at the Burnage's house when he ran away from home? How long did they keep him alive before they killed him and preserved his body? What did they do to him before he died? Were there others? I wept for myself. Will they come after me? What if it had been me instead of Jason? Did Mrs. Burnage notice me taking the pictures? These thoughts raced through my head and seemed to be connected only to my tear ducts and throat, as all I could do was wail and cry, my tears pooling on the cool tiles. After quite some time, I knew I had to write my statement. It took me a little over an hour to type up the whole thing. Once I read it over, checking for errors as best I could, I sent it to Mr. Wallace. I felt both relieved and tense when his response email came back almost immediately. Michael, I'm outside their house. I see what you're talking about in the photos that you sent. It appears that they have moved it. I don't see it anymore. I've questioned them, but didn't see or hear anything that would allow me to arrest them. I'm watching their house. I'm putting people on it around the clock. Don't worry about a thing. Do not leave your house. You'll be safe there. Let me know if you need anything or if you go anywhere else. Thank you. Alex. I couldn't understand why he didn't want me to leave the house. But he was a professional and had to know what's best. Maybe he wanted to make sure that he or another officer were near me at all times to ensure safety or ask me questions if needed. Anyway, I needed to relieve some stress, and writing has always helped me relax and get my feelings out. So I decided to go ahead and edit my written police statement slightly and post it to Reddit. That was around 10:30 p.m. Writing and reading the comments helped me feel that I wasn't alone and gave me some relief. I was even able to get a bit of sleep until I woke up around 4:30 a.m. I thought that it was odd that I hadn't seen the police yet, nor had I heard sirens. I figured with something like this, they would keep me posted. I checked my email and phone, still nothing new from Mr. Wallace. I checked Reddit for any advice that anyone had, and commented to de-stress. I responded to an update request from Danny1 as I considered what I was going to do. He asked me if there had been any arrests yet, and I responded apparently not yet. And it's 4:52 a.m. now and I can't sleep. I've been listening for sirens, but so far nothing. I thought to myself again why they hadn't done more on the case yet. I continued, doubt creeping in. Maybe the police don't believe me. I sent them the photos. They are all I had. And as I was typing that, my heart leapt out of my chest and I jumped because the dog started barking out of my bedroom window. I went over to confront him, but then I looked at what he was seeing. If I were a dog, I'd have barked too. Instead, my mouth went dry and I started sweating. Outside on my driveway, I saw 2, maybe 3 figures. One of them was almost unmistakably an aged woman, shrunk a little and hunched over. After all that had happened, I recognized that silhouette anywhere, Mrs. Burnage. The figures disappeared into the woods across the street. Terrified, I had to finish my post in case they found my dead body or something and had to investigate. I think I just saw Mr. and Mrs. Burnage walk past the driveway by my house. The dog keeps barking when they do. I'm calling the police. I clicked post and immediately went from my browser app to my phone app. I called Mr. Wallace's cell phone. He picked up. Hello, Mike, what's up? Pretty sure I just fucking saw the Burnages go by my house. Where are you? Where are your people? I demanded. We're outside the Burnages' house, and I swear that we've been watching everything very carefully. I don't know how they could be there. Are you sure you're not just tired and seeing things? He asked. No, I responded. I know the difference between reality and imagination. I'm not imagining things. I know that... Just then, the dog started barking again. I saw them walk past again. There were definitely 3 figures. One of them holding a flashlight. Another was Mrs. Burnage. The third, Mr. Burnage. I continued, they're outside my house. I know it's them. There's someone else with them. Shit, he exclaimed worriedly. Hide somewhere. I'll be there soon. Make sure they can't find you. Don't come out until I'm there. I did what he said. I ran downstairs. I hid in the closet under some blankets with only my phone. I tried to call my parents who were out of town, but they had complained a while ago that they didn't like getting texts in the middle of the night, so I had helped them program their phone to automatically be on Do Not Disturb between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. They'd not see my calls until 2 hours later. Reddit was open, so I closed my phone app. I tried to distract myself from overwhelming fear, so I posted a response to Happy Harlot. It's 5:06 a.m. The Burnages have walked by my house a few times. I called the police again. They said it would be soon, and they will be here. My breathing now heavy. I couldn't stand being there anymore. Claustrophobia overwhelming me, fear filling the spaces along the walls, pushing the walls closer to me. What if they found me in the closet? What would they do to me? I had to get out. I had to get out. Through my terror, I typed out my plan to see if it made sense now. I can't wait any longer. I'm getting in my car and staying at a hotel until I know what's going on, terrified that they know where I live. I looked at my plan on the screen, and the plan looked good enough to me. I couldn't be in the closet for one more second. I pressed post took a deep breath, and opened the closet door. I ran to the door in the basement that leads outside, flipped the deadbolt, and opened the door. My car was parked just outside the garage, but that presented a bit of a problem. The basement is obviously lower than the garage, and to get to the garage, I had to run down part of the driveway and around the retaining wall. Here's a photo for a better visualization. Sorry, it was the only one I had on my phone. I'm never going back to that house again. And I knew they would see me once I got to the other side of the retaining wall. I figured I'd be faster than old people if I came to it, so I decided to go for it. Adrenaline surging through me, my legs raced towards the wall. I reached the edge of the wall and rounded the corner, sprinting towards my car. I grabbed my car keys out of my pocket. As I was running, I kept my eyes on the main road and the surrounding woods to make sure they weren't coming. I couldn't see anyone. I almost ran into my car when I saw Mr. Wallace standing by it, accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. Burnage. Mr. Wallace smiled at me, shook his finger, and chided, "I thought I told you to stay hidden until I came to get you. No matter. This should be just as easy." Before I could even react, he jumped across the hood of my car, tackled me face first to the ground, put handcuffs on me behind my back. He picked me up by the handcuffs and pushed me to the back of my own car. What followed was too traumatizing to even write up. I'll try to get it typed up tomorrow evening, but it's still so fresh. I need sleep. I've been driving for hours. I haven't slept since I woke up at 4:30 the other night. I'm at a hotel. There's no way I'm giving any indication of where I am, but I assure you that I'm physically safe. For now. I think. I worked 2 straight years to afford my first car. Not that my car was worth 2 years of work, but my paycheck was pitiful, and there was nothing else I could afford. So between the scraps of income I could pull together after rent, and carefully kept pots of spare change above my particle board dresser, and the cash from selling my single speed bike, I was able to scrounge together just enough. And I got it for a steal, from Al's used car lot. Al himself greeted me and I walked outside, wearing a white undershirt that did little to obscure his bulging stomach and the hue of his pit stains matching his teeth. He extended a thick hand and I paused before shaking it. The clammy texture made me gag. "Welcome," he said, his voice long burnt away by the embers of countless cigarettes. "What are we looking for here? Something to show the ladies?" He chuckled to himself and led me outside to where the 3 rows of cars rested on browning grass, and swept a hand. "How about a luxury model? Them convertibles still have a good 80,000 miles left on them, and I touch up the paint myself." "I'm just looking for something to get me to point A to point B," I said, edging away from the front row. "Well then, let me see. What can you afford?" I held out a slip of paper with my total amount on it, watching as Al glanced over my net worth and shook his head. "To the back we go," he said, and led me toward the last row with a waddle, the ragged strands of jean shorts catching on the bumper of a middle-row car and releasing with a soft twang. "Oh, look here, Sonny, I've only got one that's gonna cut your bill. I'm practically giving it away, but no refunds on this one, you hear?" I frowned as he pointed to a fading car. The yellow paint splotched in places from dripping tree sap and taxicab stickers recently removed from the sides. Otherwise, in what appeared to be good condition. The tires somewhat new, the seats clean and free of rust. "Well, what's wrong with it?" I asked, my eyes squinting at him. "What's wrong with it? Ain't nothing wrong with my car, Sonny. Been in a small wreck is all. The windshield freshly replaced. Only part of her was damaged. Picked her out of the junkyard myself. A real diamond in the rough." "And the driver?" I asked, noticing that the seat's pattern was slightly different from the others, looking recently replaced. Let's just say he didn't fare as well as the car, huh? Construction beam straight through the window will do that to you, won't it? Like I said, only took out the windshield, best AC on the lot. Take her or leave her now. She'll go quick." "What else do you have?" I asked. He shook his head. "For you, Sonny, this is all I got." pizza with a grimace. I took it. The car did what Al said it would. It drove. And for its condition, it drove well. For the most part, I hadn't had any problems. He hadn't lied about the AC, and besides a few cosmetic issues, everything seemed alright. A few grooves were dug into the steering wheel, plus some nicks in the back seats, but nothing outrageous. All to be expected, of course, from a car whose odometer testified to years of service. And though I never listened to them, 7 cassette tapes had been left in the glove box, each marked with the name of bands long past. But there were times that the car made sounds. Eventually, I became convinced that these sounds were the tires hitting rough patches in the road, or the engine having trouble with hills, because they always seemed to happen in the same spots. And though I was no mechanic, I figured it may have had something to do with the temperature, because they only happened at certain times, particularly on the nights I stayed late at work, and drove in the dark after my shift. Making my way down the highway past the downtown bars until I interlaced with the river and turned right, where my apartment was just a mile down the road. By the time I made it past the bars, I'd heard a soft clicking, as if my door was being opened and shut, though when I stopped the car to check, all 4 doors were shut tight, as if nothing had happened. And returning back to the driver's seat, the engine would whisper back to life, and I'd be back en route. Except the engine sounded slightly too much like a whisper, and after a few weeks, I just barely thought the noises seemed to resemble bits and pieces of my drive home. I knew it was just the long hours or lack of sleep, but still, some part of me could have sworn it heard them. That the curb I scraped against had uttered Chestnut Street, which was just a few miles ahead, or that creaking axle was actually fumbling over the words Cheshire Boulevard, which I had just passed 2 exits before. Often I feared my car would break down during these times, as I would catch a faint whiff of ethanol and wonder if my fuel was somehow separating and leaking. Or perhaps that accompanying faint sweet smell was antifreeze oozing out of the engine, or was the trickling that dripped off my undercarriage and stained my parking spots. But while these could be attributed to imagination, there was one piece that could not. The radio, which seemed to catch an erratic signal once in every 24 or so times that I turned at the river and spoke 2 words that crackled over the speakers and were cut off by an abrupt grating sound. "Your stop," I realized it said after the 5th or 6th occurrence. "Your stop." After 4 months of hearing this, I decided it was time to remove the car's radio. Earlier that night, I heard the voice, shivers running up my spine as I made my decision, and searched for pliers after returning to my apartment. Then I sat in my front seat, wrestling with the bolts that had held the radio in place. In every car that I had been in, the radio usually popped out easily, but this one was secured tight. 15 minutes later, it came loose, dangling from a cord that had been drilled into the back, and appeared to enter into the cassette player portion. Squinting from the lack of light, I lifted the flap and saw a small button just on the inside, which could be reached by inserting a tape. Taking my pinky, I reached it inside just far enough to reach the button, my fingertip pressing it inward. Immediately, I jumped backwards, startled by a sound in the back seat, a grating that I recognized from earlier that day, when the voice came on the radio and I saw the source. From underneath the back seat's windows, bars, thin enough to fit under the rubber seal, had slithered upwards in a mesh of steel, and a pane of glass sprung upwards where the divider between the front and back had once been when the car was a cab. The metal bars also crisscrossed over its surface, but just as suddenly as they had come, the bars retreated as my finger left the button, disappearing into the door frame once more. Swallowing, I reached into the glove compartment where the 7 tapes lay, my hand crossing over the steering wheel and its 7 gauges, and I inserted one into the cassette player, watching the mesh bars slide back over the windows as it made contact with the button within, and choosing between the 2 options, record and play. I hit play. "Just to my address, 54 Chestnut Street," said the woman's voice over the speakers, heavily slurred from intoxication as she spoke, and in the background I could hear the sounds of the downtown bars, voices singing in drunken merriment, and tunes provided by bands within. "Course, ma'am," said another voice as I caught my breath. "Feel free to make yourself comfortable." "I just might," came the response, accompanied by a yawn. "What? What are these? These bars, where do they come from?" Then there was the sound of the door handle in the back seat. A door handle that failed to activate the lock as a hand pushed it repeatedly. The driver laughed from the front seat as the woman first began to scream, then sob. The running engine audible behind her voice, and then the sounds quieted, slowly dwindling until they were no more, and I became aware of a hissing behind me. One I had thought was the radio, but brought with it a sickly sweet scent that made me want to vomit, and my eyelids want to droop. I jumped up and out of the front seat, the radio still playing as I listened, seeing the source of the smell and hazy gas leaking up from the base of the metal bars to fill the back seat, and with the driver between the taxi front and back removed, it also made its way to the driver's seat where I had been sniffing it. "Your stop," said the driver, his first words in miles as I heard the engine turn off, and over the course of several minutes he wrestled her still body from the car until I heard a far-off splash. The splash of the river. Then the tape stopped playing. I looked towards the other 6 cassettes, realizing that the faded band names were not bands at all. Sarah, Emily, Jeanette, Patricia, Amy, Clarissa. I popped the original tape back out of the radio, the car now silent except for the grating, as the metal mesh receded back into its hiding place.
The ocean has its silent caves, deep, deep quiet and alone. Though there be fury on the waves, beneath them, there is none.
Over the course of the last few weeks of training, I had memorized nearly every facet of the Tuscany. Every dial, every readout, every knob, and screen and nuance of structure. And the quality of the personal submarine's craftsmanship never ceased to astound me. It was a remarkable feat of engineering. This little beast designed with such care that even the equipment on the hull could withstand more water pressure than the sea could muster up at any achievable depth. It was my Pegasus, my Trojan horse, my very own Apollo 11. And inside of this matrix of layered centratic foam, I would follow the ballast to the gratuitous and unexplored depths of Higgins Maw. I began the separation sequence, and the deep diver fell away from the escort and dipped beneath the surface of the Pacific, with silence and grace, and a few knots of speed. And then I was consumed in a whole new world, albeit one that I frequented, that of the sea. Schools of fish swam on by me, and when their cloud passed through a sunbeam, it glinted silver, and beneath them swam rays that rolled their wings to the beat of the current, and out on the rocks crawled the crustaceans, and sat the plant life that spruced up all the whitewashed stones there like holiday ornaments. But I had an appointment to keep, and the oxygen tanks was a demeaning clock, so I dove right on past the old reef and out into the open waters, where the seabed couldn't be seen for many, many miles yet.
The Maw, Reuben had said. 50,000 feet below the surface, Booker. 50,000. Do you know what that means?
Means it's a whole hell of a lot deeper down there than the Challenger Abyss.
He nodded at that. Are you ready to make history?
Was I? I thought I was. I'd prepared for this lonely dive and nothing else for some years now. It was the culmination of a lifetime of work and study in the field, and so tight was its grip on my mind that I often dreamt of it in my sleep. Of what I'd find at the bottom, and what it would mean, and what monstrous things might take offense to my presence there. No, I shoved the thought aside. Tuscany was all the protection I needed in that regard. It offered technology on the bleeding edge in lieu of a heavy hull,
and that was enough to withstand enough water pressure to crush bones beneath skin and inches of steel. What animal had jaws more powerful than the ocean itself? Fathom. So I hit the thrusters, and down I went, like a bullet to the pitch. I eyed the depth meter as much as I did the sea. 100 feet. 200. Sharks and turtles and uncomfortable fish swept past me. 300 feet. 500 feet. 700 feet. 1,000. 1,250. The inverse height of the Empire State Building. 1,500. 16. The water began to blur and grain up and darken as the sunlight struggled to push on through. 2,000. 25. 3,000. 32. Where the light no longer shines. And soon, all the light I had to spill glowed the path ahead and down were the lights of the Tuscany. I continued the descent for hours. The pressure meter ticked up in spasmic bursts. But up it went. Up, up, up. Soon ticking past the point where the weight of the sea would have crushed the steel of any other vessel. 1 mile down. 1.3. 1.6. Where even sperm whales hit their lowest dive. I can now claim with confidence that no mammal on Earth was as deep down at that very moment as myself. And still I dove. 2 miles. 1.2. 2.2. The water was as black as space now, except for where the light of the Tuscany pierced through it, and the thickness of the fluid made it look like ink or oil or some kind of alien sludge that smeared up against the reinforced windows and slimed its way across the hull. Things were tight down here, despite the vastness of it all, yet still I dove. 13,000 feet. The abyssal zone. Pressure stands at 11,000 psi. I saw an angler float by, and it was startled by the sheer volume of light spread by the Tuscany that dwarfed its own bioluminescent glow. It swam away, and I dove further. 15,000 feet. 3 miles. 3.1. Now, things get interesting. Mankind had visited these depths almost infrequently enough to count the expeditions on a single pair of hands. I was now ranked amongst an illustrious few explorers, and although I wasn't the first to hit these marks, I'd hit the deepest one yet before this journey was over. I was determined, and I was capable, so I checked the depth chart. 16,281.4 feet, nearly halfway to the world record. The Tuscany continued its dive. 20,000 feet down. The Haddle Zone. Pressure here is 1,100 times that at the surface. 22,000 feet. 26. 29,000. The height of Mount Everest. 30. 30.5. 31. The same distance from the surface as a commercial airliner at the peak of its flight. The Challenger Deep, what had previously been the lowest recorded place on the seabed, sat at roughly 36,000 feet below the surface in the depths of the Mariana Trench. No light from the sun had ever come close, and to the best accounts, life existed there, but only sparsely, and the pressure is unspeakable. But I was going somewhere vastly deeper, even than that. All we know is we found a canyon, Reuben had said, dwarfs the Grand, sitting dead center in the Pacific seabed, about 1,200 kilometers west of Hawaii, and another 900 south, near as we can figure, some 50,000 feet straight on down. 36,000 feet. I was now tied for the world record. 50,000 feet? Why the hell are we just now seeing it? 36.5. I did it. My heartbeat swept up to a faster rhythm. I was officially a world record holder. No human being in recorded history had been as deep below the surface as I was at that very moment. New seabed scanning technology helped. Gave us a more detailed topographical map of the hydrosphere than we'd ever had before. And once we got back the results, we took a look, and there it was. It was waiting for us, inviting us down. So what's down there? 37.3. Hell, Doctor. If we knew that, we wouldn't be sending it down, would we? 37.9. I suppose not. 38. 38.5.
The awful spirits of the deep hold their communion there. And there are those for whom we weep, the young, the bright, the fair. Higgins' Maw, according to the best information available to me at the time of departure, is a pit, roughly a full kilometer across. It begins at approximately 46,000 feet below the surface, and is estimated to bottom out at Higgins Deep, a small valley that sits at the base, some 5,000 additional feet below that. The Maw is the largest and deepest such formation in the hydrosphere, and yet its dimensions and location are the only things concretely known about it. That, of course, is where myself and where the Tuscany come in. 43,000 feet below. I hit the floodlights underneath the Tuscany, and the glow washed over an alien landscape that likely hadn't seen light in over 1 billion years. 43,000 feet down. I hit the floodlights underneath the Tuscany, and the glow washed over an alien landscape that likely hadn't seen light in over 1 billion years. There were mountains here. Mountains. Ones that rivaled the Alps, and wild arches and plateaus that stretched off to a murky horizon before being shrouded by seawater. I even saw life down here in the depths. A squid-like thing of simply monstrous size swam on by my boat. It stopped for a moment, and during that moment I thought it might take offense to me. But after looking hard at the Tuscany and brushing a tentacle down the port side, it swam off in search of other things. Atta girl. I descended further. 44,000 feet. 45. And then, all of a sudden, there it was. The Maw. My mouth hung by the jaw as the sheer scope of the beast came into view. It was a breathtaking sight to behold, a monstrously large and equally dark hole in the crust of the earth that plummeted to inconceivable fathoms. I descended a bit further. 45, 45,500, 46,000 feet, and Tuscany fell into its yawn. Somehow things were even blacker in the depths of the thing, even though sunlight had long since been blotted out. 46,500, 47, 47,200. I began to become aware of a low current pulling me downward. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it was unexpected, and it was therefore alarming, and yet I couldn't bear to pull myself back up. Not yet. I'll turn around if it gets bad, so down I went, deeper and deeper and deeper still into the cavern. 48,000 feet, 48,500, 49, 49,100. And then I saw it. A glow. I squinted and dimmed my lights to confirm my intuition. What in the name of God? There it indeed was, a dim reddish purple and then green, and purple again and then blue, floating in a mist of current some few thousand feet down. I resumed the dive to chase it. 49,500, 49,700, 49,900. The glow, whatever it was getting deeper and wider and brighter. Soon it filled up the whole path down and ahead. I dimmed the Tuscany's underlights to their lowest setting, and by 50,000 feet, I could see that the glow was coming from somewhere not directly below me, but off to the left and around a wide corner. This cave isn't a straight pit, and sure enough, the hole bottomed out here and then opened up to its left. Holy God. It was a cavern chamber, at least a full kilometer up and deep and side to side and across, and only the enormity of its radius maintained the darkness of it, despite the presence of thousands of bioluminescent pods that pulsed purple and green and blue and red and dimmed in the intermin. I took the Tuscany in deeper, and her cameras whirred to life. Calmly, the wearied seamen rest beneath their own blue sea. The ocean solitudes are blessed, for there is purity.
The cavern below became darker still when the pods faded into the water behind the ship, but there was
There were more things to be seen here than rocks. Tuscany, about a quarter hour after entering the chamber, soon floated on by a bizarrely rope-like plant of utter impossible size, one that appeared to stretch nearly across the height of the cavern and grew wider at the base, although the bottom of it was shrouded in darkness. I took the submarine in for a closer inspection and hit her lights to their fullest setting. Clack. My heartbeat slammed. There were suction cups on it, each one as big as the Tuscany herself, and they writhed and pulsed across and down the full length of what was now very clearly a tentacle. In a panic, I shoved the Tuscany back away from the thing, but when I tried to turn her around, the base of the hull collided with the beast and struck fast to one of those cups. I gunned the thrusters and could hear a wet tearing sound as the machine ripped itself free from the cup's grasp. But then the tentacle came to life. It whipped and whirled and smacked around the cavern and pressed itself to the roof, and then it fell down, deep below where the darkness blanketed the floor. Come on, baby. I hit the thrusters again, and Tuscany rocketed off the way it came, through the darkness and off towards the pods, whose glow I hoped would afford me an opportunity to shut the lights off the ship and make my escape, if I were so lucky. But very soon I began to hear and feel the movement of something unspeakably titanic rolling around the floor of the chamber. It rumbled and thundered and shuddered and shook, and soon clouds of dirt and rock flew out of the black pitch and blanketed the view forward, and I could hear boulders smack against the ceiling of the cave before sinking again to where they had been. The sound had erupted across the entire breadth of the cave at once. My eardrums nearly burst, and likely would have, had it not been for muffling of the explosion provided by the walls of the Tuscany. The submarine shook too, but she held up her integrity well enough for me to fly on past the floating pods, some of which were now knocking about on their sides and rolling, and back towards the yawning mouth of the tunnel. That which would take me back out into the open deep. Tuscany buckled and rolled with an impact. The tentacle, I realized, had shot up from the ground and hit the bottom of the ship between her ballasts. But luckily it knocked her with force upwards toward the tunnel. I rolled Tuscany with a hit and managed to regain some control, and I boosted the thrusters into the turn and up again, now back into the maw. Then I began to climb. 52,000 feet, 51.5, 51. So what's down there? Come on, baby. Come on, don't fail me now. Don't you fucking fail me now.
Well, Doctor, we knew that. We wouldn't be sending you down, would we?
50.5, 50, 59.9, 49.6. Tuscany ascended with a panic speed, and all the while she did it, I could feel the rumbling of the tentacle's pursuit in the walls of the pit. It smashed its way on through the tunnel and whipped and thrashed, but Tuscany was too quick of a runner. 47.5, 47, 46.8, 46.4, 46,000 feet and climbing high.
Yeah, I suppose not.
Tuscany burst out of the maw and was able to rocket straight on back to the surface, but then the tentacle flew out beside her and nearly smashed in her front window. I bent the controls to the edge of their set casing, and Tuscany tanked to the left and up a bit and missed the ground by inches. I hit the lights again to navigate the labyrinth of rocks as I struggled to remount the climb, but in the light of the ship I saw it. These weren't rocks at all. These were other ships, massive vessels, imperial warships from ages past, bent and crooked and broken at the bottom of the sea, pulled down here by whatever it was that now threw its back to my devouring. The tentacles smashed along behind me. Mainmasts and battlements and flat decks and rusted iron and wooden boat hulls were splintered and tossed up to the winds of the sea, never again to reconvene. I took Tuscany through the nautical graveyard with far, far too much speed for my safety. Under ship towers we went, and through cannon mounts and past the blades of dead engines and around upended rudders. The cacophony of my flight and the destructive path set by my hunter awoke to life in this place. Fish washed out of holes and cabins and captain's quarters and deep-deck stair flights, and soon joined me in my effort to escape. But it seemed there was no escape to be found here. The entire ground for countless miles shook and rumbled with seismic force. It was thunderously loud, and it picked up speed and violence with time. Tuscany finally flew up to miss a splintered crow's nest atop the mast by less than a foot, and finally used that directed momentum to put away distance between the seabed and herself with as many knots of speed as her thrusters would allow without bursting from the effort. The depth chart began to rise. 45.9, 45.2, 45,000 feet, 44.8. Come on, you mother... The water itself seemed to shift with a sound, and then out of nowhere, Tuscany was no longer the only thing spilling light into the abyss. An orange glow flashed across the sea, for an instant illuminating nearly the entirety of its vastness. Then it blinked, Then it flickered on again and stayed active. I shut off Tuscany's lights to preserve every molecule of power from the ascent. 44-2, 44, 43-7. Beside me in the glow, I could make out other creatures retreating too. Ones of spectacular size again that mankind had never catalogued and that I, sadly, would not have time at all to study. There were city bus-sized manta ray-shaped things wrapped up in clouded wisps of transparent jelly, and even that squid the size of a building, all flying upwards in a mass panic. I led the charge. 43-1, 42-8, 42-3, 42. I looked behind me and down through the rear window. The maw had moved. It was alive. God almighty, I was in the Leviathan's throat. I was in its fucking throat. I saw its tentacle tongue lash out of the maw and collect enough fish to feed a small town. Tuscany rocketed upward as the Leviathan whipped even larger tentacles behind it and gained speed with the force of a hurricane. The Leviathan opened its maw yet again and spewed forth its tentacle tongue, and with it, it whipped up several Olympic swimming pools worth of water into a gale-force maelstrom. The mammoth squid was caught in its fury, I saw, and then it vanished into the pit forever. When the maw snapped shut with a thunderous echoing snap, Tuscany, meanwhile, continued to rocket upward and managed to escape the whirlpool by a foot. 39.5, 39, 38.7, 38.2, 38,000 and climbing. But the Leviathan pursued me relentlessly, riding on the flood of its own current. Its tentacles, each dozens of feet across and miles long, beat the water back and tried to gain speed for their host. 37.5. 37, 36-4. Tuscany had proved her worth with speed, and the pressure gauge now fell in jumps. It remained in the red and would for some time, but it was falling steadily, even as the depth chart rose. 39,000 feet, 38.3, 37.5. But the Leviathan hadn't given up the chase, not yet. I could feel it doubling its efforts. The displaced water rocketed the Tuscany, and she buckled and rolled in the synthetic current. Then I heard the maw open behind me, and the water began to whip and swirl itself into a frenzy by the ocean load. I punched the thrusters to the breaking point. Come on! The encasing synthetic foam was pressed to its limits. The reinforced glass began to chip, ever so very slightly, but the chips broke into cracks, and those cracks began to crawl across the width of the windows. I checked the gauges. 20,000 feet. 19.8, 19.4, 19.3. The ascent was slowing. Come on, baby. Come on, come on, come on. Please, God, be with me now. Be with me. The orange glow of the Leviathan's eyes. I could see how quickly the water was slipping by the Tuscany and getting swept up into the maelstrom. The submarine began to sway port to starboard and shudder and shake. 17.4. 17,000, 17.9, 17.3, 17.1, 17,000. I watched the gaze with a nauseating desperation. 15.95, 15.92. I could feel her slowing to a crawl. Come on, come on, come on. 15.925, 15.94, 15.96. Shit, that was it. Tuscany was caught, and no sooner did the depth chart begin to slip then did I feel the whole submarine lose all sense of control and tumble backwards and around. I was thrown out of my seat, smacked my nose against the roof of the pilot sphere. Blood exploded, and it drenched my shirt and sprayed the glass and the entirety of the control set. I grabbed my face and began to apply pressure to slow the blood loss, but Tuscany again flipped ballast over ballast to starboard in the whirlpool and spilled me into the hatch ladder. I felt my shoulder dislocate and my kneecap smack into the bottom rung. My head spun. And still Tuscany tumbled backwards. The cracks on the windows spread faster. 17.3. 17.4. I could smell the inside of the maw through the hull of the ship. But then, all at once, and not a moment too soon, I got an idea. It wasn't a particularly good one, but hell, it was better than nothing. I managed to limp and tumble my way to the controls and grip the handles as the ship rolled. Wait for it. Wait for it. The sound of the roar was so close, every last control surface in the sphere rattled in its case. My eardrums rattled too, but I flared up the thrusters again, full blast at an angle, and the Tuscany shuddered and flipped and shook, and with fortune, fell straight out of the maelstrom with inches to spare. I felt the edge of the Leviathan's maw graze the starboard side, and the impact against me sent me to the roof. While the ship rolled end over end over end again, I smacked my ribs up on a dip in the alcove and fell back down into the seat head first, and then out onto the floor. I managed to right myself with my good arm and get my bearings. I was free. But only just. The Tuscany banked and tumbled again and rolled slower now in the absence of the whirlpool's flooded current, but not yet in control of its pull. I tried to steer away, but it was useless. The ship flipped around the back of the Leviathan's titanic maw and up over its head as the beast flew on underneath me like a freight train. And for the first time since catching the monster's eye, I began to fully appreciate the magnitude of its size. Its back was an endless, snake-like and sharp-finned spine, the size of a minor mountain range, and only quick maneuvering moved Tuscany away from the jagged back fins that chugged up towards me and sliced open the sea itself. They missed me by feet, and the blast of the current that swept me up sent the submarine reeling backwards off a bit further and into relative safety. I quickly dimmed the lights to their lowest setting and caught my breath as the full form of the Leviathan washed on past me. It stretched far away into the abyss below, for well over a mile, and dragged away behind it with thousands upon thousands of tentacles, a forest of the things, each the size of a 6-lane highway, and tipped with razor-sharp hooks and a flurry of wing fins. It took a full 3 minutes for the beast to pass me by fully, and then it curved around in the other direction and swam off in search of other things to devour. The form soon slipped away into a shadow, and then it was gone. I surfaced hours later, having allowed the battered Tuscany to take its time with the journey. She was solely responsible for my escape, my quick thinking be damned. A marvel of engineering indeed. Once I did break the surface, I dispersed a distress beacon, then promptly collapsed from exhaustion. Evidently, I was picked up by the Coast Guard some hours after that, a few hundred miles southwest of Hawaii, pulled from the near wreckage of the submarine and taken to a hospital on the mainland. It was there that I awoke, a full day later. As I recovered, I heard some isolated chatter from tremendous seismic activity near where I'd been. And now the whole ocean floor had changed and moved and shifted form, but I couldn't care less. I told the bastards what I knew. And on top of that, they had the Tuscany. They have all the recorded evidence. And you now have this account. What everyone does with this information now is entirely up to them. All I know is that I won't be doing any more diving anytime soon. I've come to a realization that mankind has more than enough space to expand upon throughout and live upon and thrive in above and near the surface and on land and in the skies and soon, hopefully, out amongst the stars. But there are things in the seas that hold ownership of the deep. And perhaps it's best to leave it that way. For all our sakes.
The earth has guilt. The earth has care. Unquiet are its graves, but peaceful sleep is ever there, beneath the dark blue waves.
Finland, 1942. Despite the massive number of troops in the Red Army, the Finns are able to repel them. pushing them back across the snowy wastes. The untrained Russian troops suffer casualties due to the Finnish sniping campaign, but most die from the cold. Sensing the shakiness of the troops, the Finns spread rumors of a vicious monster living in the woods. Concentrating on more effective, conventional warfare, the Finns eventually forget about the rumors. Eventually, reports from the field come back with news that an unknown assailant has been attacking Russian camps during the night. The Finnish troops encounter numerous abandoned camps filled with mutilated bodies. Mystified by the brutality of the killings, the Finns uneasily report the situation to their leaders. They are told that the Red Army is running out of food, and that some have begun to cannibalize each other. They neglect to explain the ample amount of supplies left abandoned in the camps. And the photograph above depicts the skin of a Russian soldier as found by Finnish troops.
Okay, listeners, or whatever creepy board this makes its way onto, I put it here because I thought that I'd get the most people to whom it was relevant. So, if you are one of those people who are inherently drawn to fear, you're in danger. I don't know what it is exactly. I don't pretend to know everything that's going on, and in fact, I myself used to be drawn to more realistic, non-supernatural creepypastas, but... Okay, well, let me explain. About a year ago, I was up at 3 in the morning, you know, that part of the night where you're so deep into it that it feels like it'll never end, and... Well, anyway, I was up clicking around looking for good creepypastas that I hadn't read before, really getting myself freaked out. You know the feeling, I'm sure. You'd like that feeling. That's the problem, see. I'm reading, and I hear a pattering sound coming from the kitchen. Now, I had a cat, so I just assumed that it was her, but then I glance on my bed, and my cat is there. Now, I've been freaking myself out for a while here, so I was nearly trembling with fear as I opened my bedroom door. I live alone in a single-bedroom apartment with just a bedroom, a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom. My bedroom door opens up to the kitchen. It was pitch black. The moonlight gleamed off the linoleum. I strained my ears and listened. I heard nothing. I admonished myself for being such a fucking pussy, and it was just random house noises, right? Or maybe a fucking mouse in the walls or something, so... I was about to turn around and head back to my room when I heard it again, and I saw something scatter across the linoleum in the kitchen, headed for the bathroom. It was small, but it was definitely not a rat. The limbs were way, way too long, the torso was far too high off the ground, and the way it moved, it moved quickly, but so awkwardly. In any other circumstance, I might have laughed at it. As it was, I was scared shitless. So, you know, I basically freeze for like 10 minutes. It was the size of the thing that convinced me to move. No matter how weird or fucked up it was so much smaller than me, it couldn't have been that dangerous, right? So I pop open the bathroom door. Before I turn on the light, I do a quick scan. Nothing. I flick the switch. I look around. Still nothing. I look on the ceiling even. I throw the shower curtain open. Nothing still. What could it have been? My mind started inventing explanations. Definitely had 4 limbs. Maybe it was a big-ass spider who had lost 4 of its legs somehow. That could explain the awkward movement.
That was good enough for me. I was about to go back to bed when I thought on a whim I could use my broom to poke around behind the toilet, between the wall and the base of the seat. When I did, I hit something solid. And it scurried out. It looked like a tiny human. I mean, it was pale white, pale as a maggot, with dry gray streaks running along its skin. It moved on all fours with long, thin fingers that grasped the ground. Its skull was completely bald, and it had no eyes, and the skin looked like it had been torn away from the lower half of its face, leaving the exposed teeth and gums. It looked up at me, pointed its face in my direction anyway, and then scurried back quick as fuck. Up the side of the bath and down into the drain, and moved in quick bursts like a spider, and climbed straight up smooth surfaces like one too. After it disappeared down the drain, I just stood there, frozen, broom handle still in my hand for a good 5 minutes. I was scared shitless. I slowly backed out of the bathroom and closed the door, and then stuffed a blanket in the crack between the floor and the door, fearing it might come out. And I sat on my bed and wondered what I could do. I mean, it wasn't like I could call the police or even tell any of my friends. It's not like they believe me. And that was quite a while ago. That was almost a year ago. You might even remember the first time I posted about it. It wasn't anything special. And it didn't even get that many responses before falling off the boards. I mean, I guess people thought that I was just joking, which really, I would have thought the same thing. My story in retrospect sounds exactly like that type of bullshit that I hate. But besides all of that fake and gay and sage responses, there's one other one. I've seen them too, man. Email me. Along with an email address that I'm not going to give out here. So I email this kid, right? Right away he responds and we start up a conversation in IRC. He introduces himself as John and basically tells me a very similar story. One night a few months ago, reading creepypastas, heard a noise, got up, saw this small pale man. He was a bit bigger. He said it was the size of a cat, but he also told me one other thing. That I'd be seeing more of them. He said that ever since he saw the first one, he's been seeing more and more of them. Out everywhere, even in the street during the day. They were everywhere, he said, and once you noticed the first one, it got a lot easier to see all the other ones. He had no idea what they were, and he hadn't figured out their behavior yet. He said that usually when he saw them or heard them in his own home, he was reading creepypastas, so they usually freaked him out. But he said again, he had never actually seen them do anything terrible, just scurry out of sight. But, he said, some got pretty big, and not all of them looked exactly the same. I still didn't sleep that night. Over the next week, and those that followed, I found that I did get used to them. I did see more of them. I'd glimpse them out of the corner of my eye, or see the retreating rear end of one crawling into a gutter pipe, or see their tiny faces staring out of the street from the sewers. Some, it seems, weren't even trying to hide. I live in Providence, Rhode Island, which is a small city. On my way to work one day, I take the bus, that is. I was looking out the window and I saw a pretty large one. As large as a medium-sized dog, trotting along the sidewalk. People were just walking by it. Actually, I think that a lot of people saw it as a dog. But one man stopped to scratch his head. I'd always email John and tell him about all the appearances that I saw, and even tried to catch one on camera, but they always heard the mechanical whir and darted away before my camera could take a picture. I told myself that I'd have to take a picture of one of the bigger ones. Bigger, slower ones. Either way, as the week went on, I became more and more used to them. Sure, they were It was creepy as shit, and I could never sit down on the toilet and enjoy a long crap anymore because I was paranoid as fuck that one would climb up out of the bowl and bite me on the asshole. But they weren't really doing anything harmful. They unnerved the fuck out of me, but so did the big spiders, so I could live with them. John called them gristers because he said they reminded him of the Grister meme on X for some reason. I'm pretty sure he meant the Grifter meme, but the name Grister stuck. I continued my exchanges with John, but I noticed that he was becoming more and more tense. It was hard to tell over the text, but really that was the only way to put it. I just figured that once the novelty of a shared experience had worn off, we didn't really have much to talk about. John wasn't really my type. He was a steroid-pumping bodybuilder in southern Florida who lived with his mother. But we started discussing Grister behavior, and he said his were starting to act a bit more differently than the ones I saw. He'd wake up at night and they'd be perched at the end of his bed staring at him, with their eyeless faces just staring. They wouldn't scurry away anymore. He said he woke up one time because one of them had actually started touching his face. That seemed unnerving. The whole time I had been putting out inquiries on the internet to see if anyone else had experienced this phenomenon. I couldn't be the only one, but no one came forward. On X, most of the threads about the subject got saged, so eventually I stopped asking. But I had an inquisitive mind. I wanted to know what these things did, what exactly they were. I even wanted to capture one. I left out food and mousetraps, but none of the things ever went for it. My cat would notice them, though. She'd hiss at them and even chase them a couple of times. All those times I had seen her do that and assumed that she was being a dumbass cat, chasing at nothing. This explains it. One night, I was walking home from work alone. I work at a call center for a police charity, and my house is about 6 miles away. There was no bus to come pick me up, and I didn't really have all that many friends, so I had to walk. Anyway, I was walking past some old abandoned brick houses. Creepy shit, let me tell you. When I heard some weird, low groan. And that's when it happened. And that's when I happened to notice that there was a lot more gristers than usual here. They were mostly ignoring me, but they scurried in and out of one particular brick house. The groaning sound seemed to be coming from the alley beside it. Now, a lot of gristers was creepy enough, even without that low groaning noise. What made me decide to investigate, I don't know. Morbid curiosity. I'm always looking for some creepy or gore stuff to post on the boards. I thought maybe that the groaning was some kind of wounded animal. So I approached the side of the house, noting that the windows were boarded up. The groaning. I should have known that it was no animal. It was low, creaking, gurgling sounds. Didn't sound like a fucking animal. So I snuck down the alley. And when I saw what was making the noise, I nearly pissed myself. It was a fat, humongous grister at least 8 feet wide, completely unable to move, with rolls of fat hanging down over its legs. It had no neck, just 14 chins leading up its macabre exposed jaw. Dirty drool ran down its chin to cover its obscenely huge belly. Smaller gristers crawled in and out of the rolls of its fat. It rubbed itself with a pudgy claw, making that groaning, gurgling sound which seemed almost sexual. It was terrible. I knew it didn't sound like it, and objectively, I can think that a fat, cooing grister rubbing itself might sound pretty funny, but actually... But in the presence of the thing, all I felt was sick revulsion and disgust. But I kept in mind one thing, that I had been looking for a picture of these things. So I busted out my camera phone and snapped a picture. I wish I hadn't. If I hadn't, I think I may have lasted a little bit longer. The minute I snapped the picture, the thing stopped groaning and swiveled its head towards me. All the gristers did, in fact. They all started hissing and screaming at me, a horrible fucking sound like rusty nails on a chalkboard. I was thoroughly freaked out. To put the thing mildly, I lost my shit. I ran out of there as fast as I could, ran all the way home.
Gristers didn't seem so harmless to me now. The noise that they made was straight out of hell. I didn't feel safe with the lights off anymore. I flipped all the lights on, scaring the shit out of my napping cat. I slammed the bathroom door shut and stuffed a blanket around the cracks again. Then I sat down on my bed and I looked at the picture that I had taken. It was there. Clear as day, that huge Grister. Just looking at it made me feel sick. Of course I was going to post it. I loaded it onto my computer and sent an email to John with the subject, "Will you look at this fat fuck?" Then I immediately came on here and began recording, explaining myself, explaining the Gristers, explaining the photograph. I was just getting ready to post when John sent a message that says, "Yo, don't show that shit to anyone." I stopped. I replied to John asking him what he was talking about. He said that he thought he had figured out what was making the Gristers around him more hostile. He said that he thought that when they figured out that you could see them, they started getting more aggressive. He showed me scratches he had down his arm from them clawing at him at night. He said that he'd seen a lot more of the bigger ones hanging around his house at night. They watched him through his windows. They knew. They knew he could see them, and they didn't like it. And now, I was pretty sure that they knew I could see them too. So what did I do? In the end, I didn't post the picture. I wasn't too intimidated, but it probably saved a lot of you. I didn't want to trigger anyone else into being able to see these guys if it had dangerous consequences down the road. I didn't notice any behavior change right away for a while, in fact. For about 2 weeks, the Gristers acted just the same way that they had before. I was beginning to think that John's problem was his own thing, and that the Gristers didn't know or didn't care that I could see them. And then things started happening so fast. I woke up one night and there were 4 of them, just perched around my bed, staring at me. I freaked the fuck out and swept them away, and they just hissed that terrible noise at me and ran. I emailed this to John, who I hadn't talked to otherwise. He didn't respond. We hadn't talked since I told him about the picture, and even rarely before then. After 2 days, during which the Gristers began touching me in my sleep, I got an answer. John was dead. His brother had the password to his email and was letting all of his internet acquaintances know he had committed suicide, sliced open his wrists in the bathtub. John didn't seem like the type to commit suicide. Had things with the Gristers really gotten that bad that they drove him to that? We didn't really know each other very well, but he hadn't mentioned anything to me. His brother said that he hadn't left a note. I gave him my condolences. And now I had nobody to talk to about this. I started looking online for more references or anything. All the while, the Gristers were getting more and more aggressive. I'd look over my shoulder and there would be 1 or 2 in the windowsill just staring at me. One time I opened the door to my apartment. I lived on the 3rd floor, and there was one about the size of a large dog, staggering around at the bottom of the stairwell, pale face flashing in and out of the darkness, baring its teeth in a growl at me, pale limbs flashing as it bounded up the stairs. I slammed the door shut, and I didn't go into work that day. And I saw it on the news. That house. The house that I had seen that fat-ass Grister at. I would have skipped right past the news story had I not seen the picture of that house. The article was titled, 8 Found Dead, 3 Alive in Rape Dungeon Raid. Apparently some sick fuck had been using the basement of one of those abandoned houses as a place to keep women prisoner and kill them. And they felt like it. It was a terrible fucking story. But one of the things one of the survivors said really stuck with me. We were just so terrified all the time. We never knew when he was going to come back in and decide to kill one of us. when he was really going to hurt us. We were just so terrified all the time. Terrified all the time. And Gristers had been all over the place. And when I first saw one, I had been reading creepypastas and really freaked out. Same for John. Were these things drawn to fear? When I read the 2 survivors were being sent to a mental hospital for hallucinations, did they see the Gristers? I stopped sleeping. I didn't want to wake up to those things staring at me. I stopped eating too. Whenever I wasn't at work, which was more and more often as I called out many times when I saw Gristers bigger than a cat sniffing around my building for me, I was locked in my room trying to hunt for information on the internet about these things. I just couldn't find anyone who's actually seen them. The Gristers were getting more violent. They were starting to scratch me, bite me in those few scant hours that I actually did nod off. I'd actually freak out and sweep them away, and they just hiss at me. After about a week of this, I came home from work and I found my cat dead. Peeled the skin away from her skull, giving her a look of shock. I quit my job. I cried for days, man. I don't have many friends. I really love that cat. They're not stupid. They don't talk. They don't act differently from us. They do have intelligence. I went out for food last week. It was the last time I'll ever go out. I was sitting at the downtown bus stop, shivering, looking all around me for Gristers when the bus approached. I got to get on. Out of nowhere, a Grister the size of a normal human being just bent over, walking their weird, loping gait, slammed into the back of the woman next to me and threw her in front of the bus. She had no chance. I saw her slide under the wheels of the bus. I saw her blood and ruined organs squeezed out of her mouth like toothpaste. Everyone freaked out and panicked as people rushed to her aid. The Grister turned towards me and grinned. I dropped my groceries and I screamed, running back to my house, sobbing all the way. They're toying with me. And that's when I realized why there wasn't anyone I could really talk to about Gristers. Listeners, how many times when people commit suicide do you hear it reported that they were suffering from hallucinations? Read the reports of people who've been in terrible, frightening situations like that dungeon or a war. How many of them suffer from hallucinations? Sure, a lot of them are hallucinations. But some of them are the Gristers. And eventually, they figure out that you can see them. They start fucking with you. And I don't think everyone who they kill is driven to suicide. I don't think John committed suicide. I think they're smart. I think they know how to make something look like a suicide. You'll hear about it sometimes. You'll read about it. Read about reports about how someone committed suicide, but something just isn't quite right about it. Like a man who went out and bought a new couch and then cut his wrists on it. And listeners, I'm convinced there's nothing special about John and me. I don't think there's anything special about anyone who sees these things. I think you're just more likely to see them when you're really scared. Since that's when they're drawn to you. I can hear them right now. It's about 3 a.m. It sounds like a really big one outside of my apartment door. It sounds like it's trying to gnaw its way through the wood, and I'm freaking... Take an easy way out. I'd rather have a nice, sharp knife slice my arm open than have my skin torn by those teeth, so please. This is my warning to you. Stop. I know you love being afraid. I know you love being frightened. But you've got to stop. Every time you read, every time you listen, every time you get that feeling of dread in your stomach, You're drawing the gristers to you. And if you don't stop at this moment, at least, please, never check those sounds in the house. When you do,
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just want to talk to you frankly for just a second before we move on to tonight's story. So I know there's a lot of things that are surrounding YouTube lately about demonetization and how the horror community is taking a really big hit because it's becoming difficult for us to make this sustainable. And I just want all of you to know that at no point am I going to be ending my channel or ending the content that you guys are used to seeing because of that. Because this is what I love doing, and I feel like I owe it to all of you to continue doing it. That being said, with the demonetization and this really big hit to really disturbing content, here's a story from Unsettling Stories about a guy who fucks spiders into his wife. Like all good stories, this one begins with a testicle self-exam, or as it's colloquially known, jerking off. It was my last day in Guatemala, and I was sitting in the hotel, waiting to go to the airport, and abusing myself to help pass the time. Things were going as well as could be expected, until they, well, weren't. My left middle finger brushed up against a lump on my right testicle. The erection wilted like a prime rose at Chernobyl. I did a cursory examination, hoping it might be an ingrown hair, but I knew it wasn't. See, I didn't have the itchy pain of an ingrown hair. No pain at all, actually. I had all the telltale signs of a growth I absolutely did not want anywhere on my body, especially not on my balls. I mean, within 20 minutes, I canceled my flight, phoned Renee to tell her the flight was delayed, and called an emergency clinic to tell them I was on my way. Fast forward 8 hours. Interesting fact about Guatemala. Great medical care. I was examined, given an ultrasound, and told, to my enormous relief, that the growth was benign, just a cluster of fatty deposits. It'd go away on its own in a few weeks. I was on the next flight home. I got back to my house around 10 p.m. It'd been around 2 months since I'd seen my wife. Needless to say, we were both happy to see each other. I took a shower, scrubbed out the nooks and crannies, and did a bit of manscaping. The lump that had caused me so much stress only 24 hours earlier had already started to dissipate. There was a pretty good chance that Renee wouldn't even notice. I finished the process of making myself smell moderately fuckable and dried off and headed to the bedroom. Renee was waiting for me on the bed, and I could tell when I got home that there was a decent chance we'd be having a bit of fun. And I was right. I'll spare you the details, but it all went, according to our tried and true routine. Upper front pinching, lower front nibbling, lower rear licking, mouth-to-mouth slobbering, and genital-to-genital docking. 4 thrusts later, and I was wheezing, "Sorry, it's been a while," into her ear, and collapsing on top of her. I could tell Renee was stifling a laugh, and she told me not to worry about it. I rolled off her and stared at the ceiling, panting like a chain-smoking golden retriever, while I watched the rotation of the ceiling fan and silently wished I didn't have the refractory period of a glacier. I started to get itchy in a remarkably unpleasant spot. See, we're adults here, right? Okay, well, for lack of a better way of putting it, the tip of my dick felt like it was getting molested by a poison ivy plant. See, I started scratching, trying not to make too much of the irritation. Renee, of course, well, she noticed immediately. She started giggling and began to ask, "Are you seriously jerking?" Then she stopped and winced a little. "You okay?" I inquired, doing my best to wipe our combined goo off my hand without my wife noticing I was wiping it on her side of the bed. "Yeah," she told me, "just dry skin or something." "You almost ready for round 2? "Sure," I told her, lying through my teeth. "I'll be right back." I got up, and I stumbled my way through the dark bedroom into the bathroom to hopefully pee away the growing discomfort. Once in the bathroom, I stood in front of the toilet, mildly disturbed by the way the dim glow of the nightlight cast a shadow on the wall and made it look like I had a truly spectacular pair of breasts. Peeing helped the itching go away. For a second or two. Then it came back with a vengeance, not just the tip, but like all over the area. I gritted my teeth and leaned over to turn on the light. Then I screamed. A sea of tiny brown spiders swarmed over my dick, the front of my testicles, my left hand that had been holding on while I peed. I screamed again and squeezed myself, crushing the tiny things in my fist and pulling them away from me. Renee, who'd leapt from the bed after my first shriek, saw what was happening and gasped. I looked at her crotch and almost passed out. Hundreds, maybe even thousands of the things were leaking out of her and cascading down her right leg. She hadn't noticed yet. Pain, now not just itching, exploded from my urethra as another wave of the arachnids pushed themselves out of me. They journeyed no longer aided by the lubrication that was easing the passage of the first group. Renee finally discovered her own condition and split my ears with a shriek I was certain that would have shattered windows. She reached in with her fingers and pulled out globs of writhing baby spiders still trapped in the sticky confines of what I'd left following my profoundly disappointing attempt at sexual intercourse. I jumped into the freezing cold shower and tried to aim a needle of the shower water into the spot where the baby spiders kept pouring from. Renee ran out of the bathroom, but I didn't follow. I had my own problems, and gradually, over the course of a couple of minutes, the spiders stopped coming out. I turned off the water and ran to find my wife, and all I had to do was follow the drops of semen-trapped baby spiders. I found Renee in the kitchen, her right leg up on the counter, attempting to dredge the remaining creatures from her anatomy with the hose next to the sink. She glared at me. The floor was soaked, but I figured it wasn't a good time for me to tell her that. I mean, she probably knew. I offered to help, but she just told me to leave her alone. Another few spiders crawled out of my tiny flaccid dick. I asked if she was sure. She told me she was. An hour later, after the last of the arachnids was purged from our respective anatomies, we got into the car, went to the hospital, and Renee wasn't very happy. It was a pretty long ride, and we sat in silence, doing our best to forget what had happened. We weren't very successful. See, I felt terrible, and I tried to add some levity to the situation. So, remember that time when all the spiders came out of my dick? I asked and nudged her. She snorted out an unexpected laugh and just said, "I fucking hate you right now." We left the hospital after 12 hours of ultrasound, x-rays, and hundreds of questions from every doctor in the place. Apparently, a spider egg cluster can look just like a fatty deposit on an old ultrasound. The same old ultrasound they used in Guatemala. No one could explain exactly how the spider egg had gotten there. But the doctor said weirder things have happened. And neither of us were particularly comfortable by that fact. And after we each got a clean bill of health, and 5 free bouquets of flowers from the hospital florist who told us every single person who worked at the hospital knew about what had happened, we went home. And that What's that? We're finding cobwebs all over the house for almost 10 years after that, though. Memories.
Hey there, kids. It's me, MrCreepyPasta. You can certainly tell I am, because I sound like Mr. Creepypasta and not Tales of Tim. I wanted to take a second to tell you about the Creepypasta Collection Volume 1 and 2. Both are available now on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or anywhere else you can find paperback books. You can find stories in there from Aaron Shotwell, Wellhay Productions, and, well, let's be honest, I'm sure you want to pick it up for the story from Tales of Tim. He's pretty great. Check it out if you get a chance. Thanks, kids, and sweet dreams. Cash me outside. How about that?
The deep green vines wrapped violently around his neck, arms, and legs. The old moss-draped cypress trees lifted him between them, as though they were purposely raising him up for the world to see. A type of warning reminiscent of old Roman crucifixions. As he wiggled like a worm on a hook, the swamps tightened and pulled at him until he became as stiff as a kite in strong winds. His screams turned to gurgling bellows, echoing through the leaves but hardly dimming out the twisting and snapping of branches and vines. The first thing to pop were his eyes, straight out of the sockets, dangling above his dirty and bloody cheekbones. Next were his shoulders and knees, then his left calf completely. Soon the root-filled bayou was littered with floating innards and outer body parts until they were quickly absorbed by whatever abomination lurked beneath the black waters. The two fishermen, with their thick beards and stoic expressions, lifted their oars and softly paddled away. Both of them knew they would never need to worry about the outsider poaching their alligator traps again.
My wife Rebecca is slightly eccentric, and I knew this when I married her. At the time, those little eccentricities of hers were adorable, and she joked that they came with the territory of her being an artist. For instance, she was always barefoot in the cold of winter. She said the shoes constrained her. She liked to collect bird feeders and grow a plethora of her own vegetables. This would be fine had she not been living in an apartment. She had fresh herbs growing on her kitchen windowsill. She was growing nightshade and mugwort inside of her living room, and a tomato plant and small lemon tree, and had lived in the bedroom. She also loved collecting old medical books, some of which were very rare, but you can imagine how heavy these were to cart to our brand new house after we moved in together. We've been married for 5 years now. She's estranged from her family, but my wife had dozens of friends, all as strange and as lovely as her. Every single one an artist of some sort. Has worked because we're opposites. Where I'm meticulous, tidy, and a little boring as a chartered accountant, she's untidy but highly colorful as a person. Rebecca is also the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Magazine covers included. Long, flowing dark hair to her waist, big brown eyes, and high cheekbones. The thing I love most about her, though, is her innate goodness. She has a kind word for everyone and is naturally a very sweet-natured person. I know I lucked out big time with her. We've been blissfully happy in our little house, where she paints portraits of a loyal customer base, and I run my small business as an accountant. Things would continue to be blissfully happy even now, had she not started working on this sudden and strange new project. It started 3 months ago. We were about to go to bed when I noticed a flash of gold on her wrist. Rebecca doesn't wear jewelry usually, as she says it gets in the way of her painting, and I thought that it was strange that she was wearing a bracelet.
What is that? I asked, genuinely interested as she brushed her long hair out at her mirror, as she did every night. The thin gold bracelet glittered as her hand moved. She turned to look at me, her brows furrowed slightly. What's what? I pointed at the bracelet. She looked at her arm. Oh, yes, this. I'm painting a new client, and she just gave it to me. Isn't it nice? Rebecca smiled and raised it so I could see it better. And it was more than just nice. It was expensive. It looked like a Tiffany's bracelet. I chose my next words very carefully. Is this client a good friend, too? She shook her head. First timer. She said it would make me feel better if I took it, as it would establish a more personal bond than client and painter. I must have frowned at this because she added, it's really not odd for clients to give me presents, or for me to get them little presents too. I spend hours and days painting them, and it establishes a sort of camaraderie. It was true that she had both received jewelry and given gifts, but they were mere bottles of wine, plants, and chocolates. Never jewelry. It was late, and we both had an early start tomorrow. I simply nodded and decided to let it go. The next day, as we were eating dinner, I noticed the silver bangle on her other arm. I put my fork full of rice and chicken into my mouth as I watched the bangle glitter. Another gift from your client? I asked as I chewed away. She looked up at me, and for a split second, I thought I saw something flit across her face. A strange expression. One that I'd never seen before. She nodded and kept eating, changing the subject to an exhibition she was hoping to go into the city and see with a friend. I'm not a jealous man. I love and I trust my wife implicitly. But the fact that she was getting jewelry from an unknown person was unnerving me. Can I meet this client of yours? I asked her, trying to keep my tone conversational. It mustn't have been conversational enough because I've never seen my wife's mood change so fast. Absolutely not, Jackson. I don't ask to meet your clients, do I? Her words were harsh and frustrated and so unlike her. My clients don't give me expensive jewelry as presents, I retorted before I could stop myself. I could see the color rising in her cheeks at this. I'm working on a brand new series of portraits, and it's going to be my best work yet. I would appreciate that you support me through this, instead of trying to intrude. I've already had interest from the National Gallery. Well, this was all news to me. Rebecca always shared her work and her ideas with me. It was unlike her to be secretive. I immediately pushed aside my misgivings about the jewelry and nodded in contrition. Of course, you have my support, always. I'm so proud that you got the National Gallery interested in your work. We should go out and celebrate. I saw her melt slowly at this, a hesitant smile replacing the anger on her face. She took a sip of her wine. It's only interest as of yet. I don't know if they'll take the paintings. This is where I should have pressed her about the project, but I didn't. God help me, I regret it deeply. The jewelry kept accumulating, and my wife's arm was covered in expensive bracelets soon, and Rebecca began to change too. She'd spent late hours inside her studio. I rarely saw her for meals. Some nights she didn't even come to bed. When I did see her, she'd be muttering to herself, words that I couldn't quite make out. One day I saw her staring out of the kitchen window as though in a daze, staring off into the distance. Another day I caught her doing this to a wall. 4 days ago, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to see what this was and why it was consuming her. Rebecca didn't like me in her studio. It was her sacred space. And for our entire marriage, I had respected it. That night, I waited until she had finally fallen asleep after 3 days of working nonstop in her studio. Knowing she was out cold in our bed from exhaustion, I quietly walked outside the house into the garden to the studio that I had built for her as our first anniversary gift. It was massive, a white gazebo which had huge windows for natural light and summer breezes, but was also insulated for winter. But she had been keeping the curtains closed lately, which further confused me, yet Rebecca loved working with natural light. She had a sofa and an armchair in there for her clients, lots of bookshelves with books on art, her plants, and of course, her easel and art supplies. I slowly placed the key into the shed door and I turned it. The door creaked open slowly, and I put my phone's flashlight on. I didn't want to risk putting the lights on in here. As I raised my foot and I stepped in, I grimaced at the sound of the creak. Luckily, I turned to look at the house to make sure our bedroom light was still off. It was. Breathing a small sigh of relief, I moved in and I shut the door behind me. The first thing I noticed was the smell. It smelled like rotten meat. Slowly, I gleamed the light into the room. I saw a series of large paintings, already framed in gold, ornate frames in the corner. I moved forward and took a closer look at them, and I tripped over hard. My phone fell with a clatter onto the floor, and I tumbled onto the floor with a thud. Wincing at the loud sounds, I groaned in pain and fumbled looking for my phone. When I got it in my hand, I rose, and I shone it in the direction of what had tripped me up. A severed head, still bleeding. I muffled a cry when I saw it and staggered backwards, and in doing so, the light lit up the floor. What met my eyes was a horrific sight. Strewn across the floor were more severed heads, limbs, torsos. Everything was so cleanly severed, as though a surgeon had done it. In my horror, I had noticed that the eyes of every single head were wide open, and each face had been perfectly made up. The hair was perfect too. The expressions were all set in various forms of anguish, sorrow, as though frozen in their moment of death and decapitation. In a trance, I walked over to the paintings to look at what my wife had painted. She had left them facing the wall, as though hiding their contents from the world. Trembling, I pulled the first one and lay it against the wall facing outwards so I could look at it. And I retched. It was a woman's severed head on a plate, held by her own decapitated body. I was about to leave that hideous studio and run when I noticed it. On the wrist of the decapitated woman in the painting was the first bracelet I saw my wife wearing. Waves to nausea and fury took over me as I finally completely recognized what was happening. My wife was a serial killer. Those bracelets were her mementos. Unable to stay a second longer, I ran out of the studio straight to the bedroom and I threw up. This was 4 days ago. Today I was sitting at the table watching my wife wash the dishes, the bracelets jingling on her arm like a series of quiet death knells. I hadn't been able to sleep or eat since I learned of what was in that studio, what she was doing. I never turn my back when she's around, only watch her carefully. I've been debating going to the police, and I'm afraid what she might do, what she's willing to do to finish this project. Fear has taken over my once blissful life, but nothing made my blood run cold more than what she said to me this morning. This morning, as she placed my coffee before me, she said, "Darling, I just realized I've never painted you." She smiled an odd smile as she sipped her coffee, looking into my eyes. "I should paint you soon." I think she knows. What am I gonna do? Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta. I want to tell you thank you so much for watching today's video on YouTube or listening to today's episode of the podcast on the podcast. For those of you guys who like listening to me here, maybe you like listening to me do behind the scenes shit, stuff. You can always do that at twitch.tv/MrCreepyPasta. I Twitch stream sometimes, and when I Twitch stream, it's usually either playing very random video games or doing work like you're currently hearing me do right now. I always love seeing you guys. I always love hearing from you guys. So if you wanted to pop in and listen to me work or pop in and backseat game, then hey, you're always welcome to do so. I always appreciate a follow there. And of course, like always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me at patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. You guys, as always, are the main MVPs of this story, of every night's story, and you guys help me keep the lights on here. So, without further ado, I want to give a very big thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Stephanie Butler, Bobby Carmen, Tanya Oren, Tristan Pelton, Chance Burnett, Diana Kraus, That One Guy, Lupita Galvin, That Creepy Chick, Tyler Fletcher, Rebecca Harper, Murky Moo, Red Shadow Cat, Xavier the Cheyenne, Demix, Sean Cadu Baker, Six Gay Rats in a Trench Coat, Turtleman, Rob Like Sharp Things, Chaos Art, Cryolinian, Milk and Meal, Zachary Graphius, Gorang Tramagasi, Maria Walker, Pain Gravy, Crazy Kid, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Aka Limchalk, Dirt Diver, Matt Bach, Jabbles Raz, Voice of Sand, Coffee Zombie, Matthew McNeese, Shelly J, Jeremy H, Raltazal, Ficomel, Nana, Nick Weaver, Deleted Account, Melted Lake, Tali Sue, Guy Mara Ravenswood, William King, Darth Miver, Michael Ortiz, Satanic Aries, Nessie, Ronnie Hansen, Bardo Hawk 764, Lambda M98, Harley, Sashi Suzaku, Croconut 509, My Body Sounds Like Rice Krispies, Kaylee Ambrose, Suji Campbell, Frickin', Azarine Fox, Freddy Krueger, Nicholas Zaccardi, Happy Birthday Jason Wilson, Lisa Cottrell, Caspian, Hades Nephew, Tater Chip, Acid System, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Kiwi the Sloth, Tommy Green, Fester's Lampshade, Guy Harbor, Nico Kyle, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, and Corey Kenshin. As always, thank you guys so very, very much. Thank all of you who are in the description down below, and honestly, thank all of you that can give anything, even when it comes down to just $1. I appreciate you guys very, very much. Sweet dreams.
Talking to yourself isn't a bad thing. Many normal people talk to themselves and don't have negative consequences. However, I wouldn't suggest doing it often. When you unthinkingly mumble a few words to yourself, and a response echoes behind you from the corner of the room, don't say I didn't warn you. You just might become one of the 300,000 missing persons cases that are reported each year in the US alone. A family suicide occurred in the suburbs of Gunma Prefecture. We call this family the Suzukis, just for convenience. A few months later, the city decided to tear down the house in which the family used to live. A group of university students in Tokyo calling themselves the Paranormal Research Group heard about this and decided to visit the house before it was gone. The group consisted of 2 boys and 2 girls. When the group arrived, the house was already in the process of demolition. Inside was a total mess. They went in with a video camera on hand and started exploring. "Hello? Mr. and Mrs. Suzuki, please excuse us." Laughing and joking, they shouted in the empty house. "Is this your kitchen? May I use your bathroom?" After some time, while the rest of the group were having fun, one of the girls began to feel scared, so they decided to call it a day. "Goodbye. Thank you for having us," they shouted as they left. They stopped the video camera and got into the car. On the way home, the other girl said, "Look, I found this ring in the house. We should keep it in our club room as a memento." The next day, the group got together in one of the boys' room to watch the video. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Suzuki? Please excuse us." "Welcome." They froze. An unfamiliar voice they didn't hear when they were in the house was recorded in the tape. "Is this your kitchen? Yes. May we use your bathroom?" "Go ahead." "Goodbye. Thank you for having us." "Don't go." Everyone fell silent. Then suddenly their mobiles started ringing at the same time. They were all very alarmed, but managed to calm down and pick up their phones. When they picked up, all the 2 boys and the timid girl got was silence. But the girl who snatched the ring heard. "Hi, Suki, please, can I have my ring back?
Have you ever woken up in the morning with a crick in your neck or a sore back? It's usually dismissed with the phrase, you just slept funny. What's interesting about this is that there's nothing humorous about reaching over and surveying that pained area in question with your fingertips to find the well-defined stitches around the region. There was certainly something odd about Neil. Part of it was the way that he would always silently walk around the school halls, never stopping or talking to anyone on the way. He wore a huge jacket that bloated his thin frame, and I never saw him without it. Nobody was really friends with him, and I never saw him too often. This was why I was surprised to find out that by some strange means, my buddy Sarah was able to befriend him. One day she asked if I would meet her outside the front of the school after class. She would introduce me to him, and we'd chat a bit before we went our separate ways. I couldn't resist, so I took the offer. After class had ended, I walked up to Sarah and Neil. Both of them were just casually talking until they saw me. Sarah gave a warm hello, while Neil quietly nodded his head in greeting. At this point, I absolutely knew something was wrong with Neil. I took note of his pale skin tone, which didn't surprise me considering he hardly seemed to get out. I had recalled that he had an aversion to the school lunches, especially on Wednesdays, when seasoned breadsticks were served. It was somewhat awkward, but we chatted for a while. Neil threw in a few words now and then, and it was starting to get a bit later into the evening, so we all decided to head home. By the time we had finished our conversation, I had noticed something I will not forget. At one point, before we left, I had turned to Sarah. I could see the reflection of the nearby street in her large-sized glasses. I could see the street, but not Neil. I watched silently in horror as they walked off, Neil pulling his hood over his head as he walked out into the sunlit street.
On March 14th, a spot appeared on the screen of my left monitor at work. At the time, it was a non-event, just a speck of dust or a bug resting on the lens of one of the exterior cameras, but it ended up being a defining moment in the downfall of my life. I worked at a company that I won't name, a small business in the warehouse district of my city. My job was a simple one that confined me to a desk, allowing me plenty of free time, peace and quiet, and a plethora of benefits. I was overnight security. 4 years were spent in an undecorated back office, sat at a desk of suitable size for a dorm or bedroom. On it were 2 monitors, one that displayed the exterior cameras, the other a few interior cameras that were solely on the warehouse and entrances. There were plenty of blind spots in the building, but the company wasn't large or notable enough to have any real fear of break-ins or theft. In fact, in the 4 years I worked for them, the most notable thing I came across was a drunk man falling asleep on the doorstep and waking up a few hours later with the most bewildered look on his face. That was until the spot appeared. I had stared at these cameras, their angles, for hundreds of hours. I knew precisely what each showed. Every pixel was ingrained into my mind, appearing in my dreams due to their familiarity. While I had taken a more lax approach as comfort grew in the job, often spending my time reading or playing on my phone, there was no escaping such intimate knowledge. And the spot wasn't there before. It was still there on March 15th. Same place, same size. Identical enough that I was convinced that the cameras needed cleaning.
It wasn't my job to do so, but having to stare at the blotch was a far larger inconvenience than the 5 minutes it would take to clean off the lenses. I took a ladder and cloth out to the back of the loading bay. Spray bottle hung from my belt loop as I began the ascent. It didn't seem as if anything had sullied the lens, aside from some dust collected around the outer rim, but I wiped it down regardless. I was content that the job had been done as I descended and made a cursory glance at the wall the camera faced, and saw that it was still the same collection of porous cinder blocks it had always been. And when I sat down, it remained. Same mark, same position, no smear or minimized in the slightest. I made a note for the owner, citing a faulty camera facing the loading bay, and the details of my attempted fix. My job was done. It was on him to replace or fix whatever was malfunctioning. I saw him on March 16th. Told me he hadn't seen the spot I was talking about and that everything should be fine. I went into work with a clear mind. Lasted all of a few seconds as I settled down, unpacked my bag, and focused on the screens in front of me. Immediately, I rushed to grab him to show him what was wrong, only to see him pulling out of his parking space out front. I was to be left alone with it again. Another night couldn't be spent under duress. I refused it. I was going to fix the issue no matter how long it took me. It sounds absurd to be so distressed by such a simple thing, but it was disturbing my peace. The proper order of things, like a dead pixel on a screen, an infuriating yet minute issue. An overreaction at the time? Maybe. But I got up in a huff, stomped through the entire building to retrieve my ladder, cloth, and spray bottle once more, and head out into the warehouse to exit into the loading bay. I didn't even make it out the door. Froze at the precipice between sheen concrete floors and the ramp. From inside, I could see it. A black mark the size of my fist on the wall. For a few seconds, I stared at it, tried to tell its texture or origins, but it just seemed hollow, like someone had punched through the wall to reveal an infinite depth behind it. No graffiti, not a stain. I could see the edges of the blocks in the wall, where they had broken away to reveal the nothing. There was no chance of me going out to check on it closer. Those brief glances were more than enough to know it was outside of my pay grade. All I did was go back and check the stored video from the day at the safety of my desk. I watched every person who walked into frame, any sign that vandalism had taken place, and that I was afraid of a painted mark on a wall. Not one. My entire night was spent reviewing footage, all focus on my actual duties cast aside to see who the perpetrator had been. There wasn't one. Not a single soul had paused in front of that area enough to notice the mark, or to create it. It just was there. A sole spot designed for me to attack my psyche. My shift ended. I left another note. I came in. Was told the camera was working fine, that no vandalism had taken place, and not to worry. I accepted at that time. Maybe mania, a lack of sunlight finally getting to my brain, a last grasp at logic. And it was there. Of course it was there. It would always be there. My next 2 shifts, it sat, stared at me, mocked me, let me know that this was mine alone to suffer with, the smallest unknown annoyance created solely to torture me. Who else would be so perturbed by an innocuous black spot? Me. Had to be me. Too afraid of it to inspect it alone, to confront a wall, I left another note and was promptly told the next day to stop with whatever asinine charade I was taking part in. I was wasting company time and would receive a formal write-up if I continued. I snapped. March 23rd, I arrived, grabbed my boss by his arm, dragged him out into the loading bay while he protested all the while, struggled against my grip. He warned me of disciplinary actions and arrest as we got out of the building. I needed vindication. Had to know that it wasn't some cruel joke to test my sanity. It was there, as dead and deep as ever, a fist-sized hole in the fabric of the universe. See? See, I screamed at him. It's been there the whole time. What is it? Let go of me, he yelled back. Someone call the police already. He tugged at his own arm, his whole body weight anchored against me. I'm not proud of what I did next, but I had to get confirmation. I saw that his head was turned, back into the parking lot, trying to signal someone to aid him. So I grabbed it, both hands on either side of his face, and twisted his head, forcing him to look at the offending wall. Tell me it's not there. It's a freaking wall. Now let go of me. I'm not sure if he pushed me or hit me to get him off, but the words were a strong enough blow to make my hands release him. Get out of here before I call the police. I heard the words. but I couldn't help but stand still, mouth hanging open as I stared at the morsel of the void in front of me. It seemed larger now, maybe enough to fit 2 hands into. "Leave or spend the night in jail." He walked away, leaving me to wonder just what had appeared to me and why. Perhaps it was stupidity that spurred me forward, but I couldn't help but walk up to the spot and reach out my hand. I wouldn't be allowed here again, and I had to know just what was causing me my job, even if it was a strange hallucination. My movement was slow, not wanting my fingers to collide with concrete should the tear not actually exist. It was real, though, and my fingers slid inside. I couldn't see them anymore. They weren't covered in shadow, but seemed to disappear entirely, like they were amputated. I could still feel them, however, still move them. So I reached in further to my knuckles at first, and then to my wrist. There was a slight warmth to it, almost humid, but that was the only feeling. Even as I sunk my arm in up to my elbow and swung it from side to side, it didn't collide with anything. Nor could I feel the air against my hairs on my arm as it moved, a true void. There was both hatred and reverie in that moment, but any admiration or interest I had in my discovery changed as soon as I went to pull my arm out. I couldn't. It wasn't that there was some kind of pressure or suction keeping me there. I felt something. Another hand, it grasped mine like we were shaking hands, an immense strength that I couldn't possibly break free from, as if the hand was fastened to the world itself. I struggled and screamed and pushed my foot into the wall to try to rip myself backwards, but it was all futile. Only one positive existed, that it was not trying to pull me in, as it could have done so with ease if it wished. I continued to yank and struggle with every ounce of desperation I could muster until I was launched backwards and freed for seemingly no reason at all. I scrambled up to my feet, got in my car, and got home as fast as possible. That was yesterday. I've not slept since. It's not the knowledge of the void. It's something lives inside it, keeping me awake. Nor is it the vague, transistory numbness that I feel in my arm. What's keeping me awake is the small, fist-size, pitch-black mark that's appeared on my living room wall. My plan to deal with the tear was a childish one, ultimately foolish, but it proved me a degree of respite I couldn't obtain knowing whatever was inside could reach through into my living room. Something lived inside, I knew that much, but its desires were unknown to me. If it wished to come across into our world, it did not want the gateway to be in the middle of my home. So I unstacked my bookshelf, pushed it to block the hole, and restacked it. A mixture of a barricade and alarm system of sorts, allowing me to know if anything tried to come through. Out of sight, out of mind. I was running from the problem, but what more could I do? The next few days went by without a hitch, aside from my hand, which had developed some bruising on the palm and around the knuckles. Damage, I assumed, from how fiercely I was gripped by whatever lived inside. I was able to focus on hunting for a new job, and walking around my apartment free from troubled thoughts. It was likely still there, but I felt in time it would grow bored of my passivity towards it and move on to someone more easily perturbed. Maybe I let my guard down too much, or believed myself safer than I actually was, but I felt confident enough to go out, have a few drinks, catch up with some friends who were blissfully unaware of my troubles. "You look like shit. Even your eyes are going gray," were the first words said to me. A shock, given how much better I'd felt since the long nights and obsessive thoughts had vanished. Maria had said it with a grin, though. Playful jab, hopefully. Not based in any reality. I didn't comment on it, nor did anyone else. The entire night was spent with harmless small talk and catching up. I did not mention my firing, nor the events surrounding it. Another step towards complete avoidance of the tear, fueled by far more alcohol than was reasonable. I drank as fast as they came. The rest of the night became a blur. I didn't drive myself there, thankfully, but had no recollection of walking through the front door, nor of flopping face down onto my bed. Clearly, too inebriated to remove my shoes before passing out. Aside from my head pounding and the slight haze to my view, I was fine on waking. Spirits were as high as possible for the day ahead. No consternation paused me before I shuffled out of my bedroom with the intention to go to the kitchen, but I was greeted with a problem. Maria was asleep on my couch. Shoes kicked off and curled up under a blanket with a pillow beneath her head. Not an unusual sight. Crashing at each other's homes was par for the course. It was what was next to her that was the issue. A bookshelf, only a few inches away from her feet as they dangled over the armrest. Get up. Get up now. We gotta get you out of here. I sprinted over to her and began yanking at her shoulders. She looked up at me with half-open eyes that were teeming with confusion and annoyance. Back off. Let me sleep, she grumbled. Come on. No, up. Come on. Fire. It was the first thing that came to mind as I pulled her up to sit. Anything that would get her to safety. What? Where? She looked around, unable to see any smoke or hear any alarms. What's going on? You have to leave. You have to leave now. I tried pulling her up by her arm, but she pulled it back with force. What are you doing? Stop! She got up and looked at the other end of the couch, away from me, at the bookshelf. I deflated in that moment, unable to keep up with the ruse or stop my own fears from overwhelming me. My head turned and I looked at the bookshelf. On either side of it, that depthless nothing crept outward. A few inches on both sides, enough to be obvious that it had spread in my days of ignoring it, likely as wide as my shoulders now. What is wrong with you? I heard her grumble as she began to gather her things. I'm scared. A meek whisper carried my words. Yeah, of what? I didn't hesitate to tug at the bookshelf and move it a few inches so that the hole could be seen better. I moved around the front and pointed at it. Of that. It showed up at work. Now here, it's growing. I turned to look at her and she stared right at it. I need to go. No, wait, no, you need to tell me if you could see it. I asked as she moved her way to the front door. Just leave me alone, were her words as the door shut behind her. A string of profanities left my mouth. Unbridled frustration and fear flew in rapid succession. Fueled by anger, I retched at the bookshelf hard enough that it toppled over and revealed the extent of the growth. My estimations were right. Approximately as wide as my shoulders and a full foot in length, though it tapered inward at the bottom. What are you? I smashed both my palms onto the wall above it, repeated strikes that punctuated each word that left my mouth. Leave me alone! Stinging palms rested against the pane above it. My head hung down to my chest as I heaved in deep breaths, eyes focused on the floor in front of me. Please, I'm begging. The words were weaker this time, desperate. I've done nothing. I raised my head slightly, enough that it was eye level with the hole. The darkness wasn't complete anymore. Two blue lights, an inch away from each other, had appeared, each with a dime-sized hole in the middle. I didn't realize what I was looking at until the pupils contracted. I took a sharp, shuddered inhale as I stepped back from the hole and could now see the vague outline of the figure inside of it. Humanoid in shape, but featureless aside from its eyes, shrouded in darkness, making any facet of its form invisible. A human, or something that wanted to appear as such. The eyes were just off enough, too bright, their colors solid and without detail, like someone who had created an imitation of the human eye. It shook its head from side to side to let me know that my ordeal would not end anytime soon. What do you want from me? What have I done? I asked, on the verge of tears and the dread inflicted by it. Both of its shoulders raised and lowered, a slow shrug before it closed its eyes and blended back into the void, the instant that its eyes recovered. I just stood and stared, frozen in place, my eyes fixated on where the figure had appeared from. I didn't trust to turn my gaze away, fearing that it would crawl through when my back was turned and drag me into its realm. I backed up into the bedroom and fumbled around in my covers for my phone and wallet. At no point did I break eye contact with the hole, but fortunately, I didn't see it return. All I knew in that moment was that I needed to go, to run, get as far away from my home as possible. With my belongings gathered, I inched along the living room wall, kept my back pressed into the paint to maintain as much distance from the other side as possible. Even when I reached for my keys, I kept my head turned to stare at the hole and whatever lived inside. And only when I had them in hand did I break my gaze, turning and sprinting to the front door. In my panic, I didn't know if I locked the door or not. My sole focus was making it to my car and getting away from my home. There was no destination in mind. The thing could and would follow me. And to what end? I wasn't sure. Somewhere buried in convoluted logic. I believed that if I didn't know where I was heading, then neither could it. I drove until there was only fumes in my tank, filled it, and drove it near empty again. The sun had dipped, and the night enveloped the world. The sun had dipped, and night enveloped the world. A state that filled me with unease, disturbed by the fact that a tear could be created in secret and swallow me in my car whole. A fate I would never see coming, and be hopeless to escape. Endless, doomed possibilities forced me to turn off the highway. An exit I made sure not to look at the names of, as to keep my temporary home a secret from even myself. A chain hotel waited by the side of the road, well illuminated by neon signs and fluorescent streetlights that washed away any shadows and mitigated the worries of an unseen rip engulfing me. I didn't linger in the parking lot regardless. Inside seemed even safer, with not a dim corner to be found in the lobby. I asked for a ground floor room, not wanting to be trapped 3 stories up, and was granted my request. My room's main lights were also on when I unlocked the door, yet I made a point to turn on every bulb that existed. Even the television was turned on for its added effulgence. There would be no surprises, and if I was somehow followed by it here, I would be well aware of its arrival. My home would be temporary, another mindless day of travel ahead. I'll stay here, 3 days at a maximum, just to see if it shows up. Either way, I'll move again. Where I'll end up, or for how long, I don't know. If I can gain some kind of peace here, for more than a few hours, a clear head, or at least an imitation of mental fortitude, I plan on doing some research, scouring the internet for anyone else who might have seen these rips or things that created them. If it won't stop following me, I need to learn. I need to learn how to seal them at the very least. Otherwise, yeah. I don't want to think about otherwise. I slept for too long, lulled by the perceived security of an unknown location, an illuminated room, and medicated by everything in the minibar. I dragged myself into the bathroom, still half asleep, unable to shake the fatigue from my body. Maria was right. My eyes had dulled. No longer the sky blue they had been all my life. They looked sick now, tired enough that they couldn't sparkle any longer. They matched the rest of me. A few splashes of water on my face later, and I was able to shuffle out into the main area of the room that combined the kitchen and living room. He waited for me there. My extended sleep long enough for it to follow my tracks and find me. Much larger than in my home. Now covered the vast majority of the door. Close to 6 feet in height, same width that it had been behind the bookshelf still. Just large enough for me to step directly into. It was not unoccupied either. 2 crystalline eyes peered into my room, blinking on occasion. I let out a puff of air through my nostrils. The smallest chuckle I could muster at the hopelessness of my situation. It's strange to feel the hopeless. You imagine you might become braver and willing to fight to the death, or willing to throw a chair through a window and keep running and running until old age takes you. In reality, for me, I was struck by apathy. I wasn't willing to do much of anything. I felt defeated by the depths of nothing in front of me. So what now? I asked into the nothingness, as I stood just a few feet away from it. Do you kill me? Take my body? Drag me to hell? I don't get it. I don't get why you're doing this to me specifically. You're just following me. Why? Let's settle this, yeah? I don't want to live like this. Like before, the being let its shoulders rise and fall. This time, however, it extended a hand outward and into this reality. Darkness no longer gave it mystery and allowed it to hide its true form, pale skin. Thick layer of dark hair covered the forearm and crept onto the back of its hand. It swam its hand from side to side, grasping at the air, searching for something. It mimicked me. The exact emotions from when I had reached through into its world, with the exact arm I had done so with. Curiosity compelled me to see it through. I stepped forward and grabbed its hand the way that it had mine. It was warm, alive, a slight calmness, a slight clamminess to it. Almost human. Except for the fact that there was no give to it. Sponginess of flesh and muscle were absent, replaced by firmness. Like the being was carved from rock, We stared at each other in the eyes, and I watched as it tried to retract its hand, identical motions to my own struggle, yet with naught of the panic in its eyes. I let go. It fell backwards, tumbled onto the ground, and sprinted out of view. I scowled, unsure what it meant or why it felt the need to recreate our initial meeting. I just stood there, peered into the void, and hoped that it would return with some answers. My fear of it had subsided slightly as a half-belief swelling in me that it was just trying to communicate with me. The gesture almost seemed friendly, perhaps a hint of mockery for my panic, but certainly not malicious. "Why did you do that?" I spoke at a higher than normal volume, hoping my words would carry into the void. It reappeared, sliding into view from the side that it had run off from, and shrugged again. "You don't know why you're doing the things you do?" Again, a shrug. "Are you the one making these holes?" It shook its head. Can you see my world?" It nodded. "Is your world like mine?" It shook its head. "What's it like?" It shrugged. "Can I see it?" I don't know why I said it, nor why the thought came to mind. Something about the being's mimicry of me, paired with its almost childlike responses to my questions, made me curious where it had come from. It didn't seem capable of hurting me, nor have any desire to. 2 chances to crush my hand had been passed by, to drag me through to its world. I could never have stopped it. It nodded. "Will I be able to come back through?" It put its arms through again. I retracted it after a couple of seconds. "Put your arm through again," I told it, and it followed my instruction. I had obsessed over it. Enough so that I lost my job. Feared it enough that I had lost a friend. Grew scared of shadows, but it was all for the same reason, uncertainty. I did not know what it was. I could not comprehend where it had come from or how it was created. So I could learn a guided tour by a being that would be familiar with it and seem friendly enough. Perhaps if I were more awake, I would have continued the charade longer, put up more of a fight, avoided the hole until it was wearing me down further, but it was always going to end this way. And it had to. It wouldn't leave me alone. It could follow me endlessly. I would be the one to tire, not it. Every end of this starts with me walking through. You promise you won't hurt me, right? Stupid question from a frazzled mind, as if it would have admitted any ill will. It nodded. I grabbed onto the mirror image of my own arm with both my hands. My breathing quickened as I felt my body be pulled forward. A slow, inevitable momentum as the black mark on the door neared. There was no turning back now, no way to avoid entering the being's world. A familiar humidity hit my hands first, then my arms, elbows, feet, knees. My nose was an inch or 2 away when the panic beset me. I didn't want to go any further. I realized how foolish I'd been to be so impulsive. I tried to pull back to no avail as my nose and chin felt the warmth as well. I sucked in a breath, unsure when I would be able to get my next, as I was submerged in darkness. There was ground beneath me, but very little to see. The darkness of its realm was not due to an inability to see into the tear, but its general state of being. A world that light could not brighten. I felt as if I had a torch on me. It would have not shown me a single detail, no matter how close I held it to an object. The being still held onto my hand as I looked around, a soft grasp to ensure I didn't wander too far. I began to wander and scanned the world for any sign of life or detail. I saw something in the distance, a tiny ball of light, and headed towards it. I saw more of them as I walked in all directions, different sizes and shapes of light, some as small as a pinprick, only noticeable due to the contrast against the darkness. Others were as large as windows. I got close to one and saw a car, parked. The faint outline of a prone person sprawled in the back seat, before I was shoved backwards and away from the tear by a being I couldn't see. The force of the push made me stumble a few feet backwards and caused immense pain through my chest where it impacted, but it was the lack of pressure on my hand that caused me true concern. My guide had let go. Never had I felt such a sudden and violent dread overcome me. Similar to the sheer panic of a child being abandoned inside a supermarket, I ran to each tear that seemed large enough to be the one that I had come through and was shoved away from each, all with different views and subjects they seemed to spy on. I had a vague notion of the direction that we traveled in, but I found myself turning in circles often. It's only by sheer luck that I saw the interior of the hotel room I stayed in. And I sprinted towards it, calling out to my guide that I was lost to help me, but I received no reply. The tear seemed to shrink the nearer I got to it, a steady constriction that had reduced to the size of my torso. Now still a few feet away. I got to it too slow. When it was just large enough to fit both my arms through, I grabbed at the sides and tried to pull, as if I had the strength to rip it wide enough for me to fit through. Up close I could see the view of my hotel room as it shrank and myself standing in the middle of it. Oh, you. You! Why? I screamed out to myself. The mirror of me turned and stared at me for a second as the hole grew smaller enough to force my fingers out. And through the pinhole I saw its eyes. Grayer now than before as it shrugged and walked off right before the hole closed. I heard others, screaming and cursing, pleading to be let back through as the other holes grew and closed, until not a single tear was visible, and true nothingness existed. Endless plays of misery followed, repeated over and over in pitch darkness. No matter where I ran or how I hid, I was always forced to see glimpses of what they did to us, toys to be drained and abused for their amusement. What we did to one another was no better. You'd hear it constantly. What anger and desperation made people commit. We were all civilized once. But the cruelty inflicted upon our minds turned us into animals, scared and savage. It's why I was so happy to see the light. Why I fought and clawed, bit and ripped, to get a front row seat and stared through the pinhole. I learned everything about him, through a spot that would have been impossible for him to notice. Up in the corner of his kitchen, he gave me something to see beyond the madness, something to learn, aside from the violence I was surrounded by. He leads a nice life, a wife, a young child. Long days, but comfortable. It's hard to adapt to normal life again. Some unfortunate growing pains. Moments when I forgot how the world works. But he lives well now. I live well now. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I just wanted to tell you thank you for watching tonight's video. Because this is October, I'm going to make this nice, short, and sweet. If you'd like to help support the show or the podcast, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. If you'd like to get yourself some new Halloween and creepypasta-inspired tees, you can head over to etsy.com/shop/ivorymonocletea. And if you want to catch me, Creeps McPasta, and Mew during our live Halloween tour around the southern US, head over to creepypasta.shofetti.com. That's creepypasta.shofetti.com. Hang on to your hats, kids, because this year is a 31-day Halloween countdown. Happy Halloween and sweet dreams.
I am not a paranormal investigator. I am an author. While looking for inspiration for a book, I came across a series of stories surrounding a home in the American Pacific Northwest. It is an extremely ordinary-looking house in an extremely ordinary-looking residential neighborhood. But the stories that have emanated from its former residents and the people who lived in the town that it's located in are quite extraordinary. Through my research of the house on Wendell Lane, I have come across accounts that range from the supernatural to just plain bizarre. In order to protect the privacy of the people in the town, as well as the current inhabitants of the house on Wendell Lane, I have not only changed the name of everyone in these stories, but the name of the street as well. Wendell Lane is just an alias for the true location of these accounts. I visited the town that the house is located in during the summer of this year. I thought that meeting people face to face would be a good opportunity to learn more about the house on Wendell Lane, but I noticed quickly that my inquiries were met with a strange resistance from most of the town folks I questioned. Many were not interested in speaking to me. Others were standoffish when I brought up the house. I did get a few people to agree to sit down with me, but my interviews with them yielded little to nothing in regards to the information I was hoping to hear. I was all but ready to give up when I received a voicemail on my phone.
You have one new message. Main menu. To listen to your messages, press 1. First, new message.
You're the writer that's been asking around about the house on Wendell Lane, right? Your number's been floating around town. Not a lot of people like to talk about the place, and well, some of us are discouraged too. Speaking of that, I don't think you really should be hanging around much longer. All your interviews are starting to piss the wrong people off. Now, me personally, I ain't got a dog in the race. Sure, I've heard about the house, but there ain't much I can really tell you about it you probably don't already know. There's a guy who might be able to help you, though. His name's Bill Huckley. We got to talking when we heard you were in town, and he told me he wanted to meet with you. You can find him at AJ's tonight. It's a bar just off exit 31. And he comes in every Friday and gets hammered. I'll be there tonight, too. You won't know it. We ain't gonna meet in person. Some of the people who don't like you might also stop through, so be careful. One more thing. I suggest you don't hang around too much longer. They won't be able to cause trouble for you outside of town.
The message I received also informed me to ask Bill about Jim Baker, one of the more recent residents of the house on Wendell Lane. I assumed that there was some kind of a connection between the two of them. I arrived at AJ's that night around 10 p.m. The bar was a total dive, but I was surprised by how crowded it was. Part of me couldn't help but wonder if the mysterious caller was watching me as I scanned the room. I also wondered if anyone the caller had warned me about was there as well. I asked the bartender if she knew whether or not Bill Huckley was in the establishment that evening, and she pointed me towards a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair and a 5 o'clock shadow shooting pool in the back of the bar. It was Bill. I made my way over and introduced myself to him. To my surprise, he was willing to talk to me about the house and Jim Baker as well. We sat down, I turned my tape recorder on, and that's when his story began.
Yeah, I knew Jim Baker. Jimbo's what I called him. Played my fantasy football league last year. Good guy. But the dude was a total fish. Drafted a kicker in the 3rd round, easy money. Haven't been doing too well this season, but I just picked up Buffalo's 2nd string running back, and now I'm one blown ACL away from riding that horse to the playoffs, baby. You see, the key is to snag the guys who back up the guys with brittle bones and tendons that'll snap like Kit Kat bars. Then it's really just about playing the waiting game. What we were talking about again? Oh yeah, Jimbo. He was a real mousy-looking cat, short and skinny. He had a beard, but he kept the thing so neatly trimmed that it looked like he painted it on his face before he left the house every morning. Wore thick glasses. One of the smartest guys you'll ever meet unless he was talking football. I think he was one of those, not hippie, but what do they call them now, hipsters? Yeah, that's it. Anyway, I ain't saying he was a fairy, but Jimbo came in his bar every weekend, and not once did I ever see him with a woman. You'd think he'd be cleaning up, too, because he was pretty well off for a guy in his early 30s, drove a Benz, made a bunch of money in tech, then he decided to take a break from the fast life. Apparently he had a public freak out a while back, said the stress had been building in him for years. Suppose that's why he moved out here and bought the house. Speaking of the house, I guess you've heard the stories, huh? You must take him pretty seriously if you came all the way from California just to follow up on Jimbo. As for me, I never believed the rumors. Every town's got a stupid urban legend, and ours was no different. Still, every time something happened in that house, this community would work themselves into a frenzy, which meant I'd have to hear people ramble about the place for weeks. All the while, I'm the guy going, maybe the only reason old lady McNeely suddenly dropped dead in her living room was because old lady McNeely was 102 years old. Seriously. That old bag was so ancient when she farted sawdust came out her ass and people wanted to call in an exorcist when she finally croaked. Now, have no fear, buddy. You ain't leaving here empty-handed. I know you flew up here for a story, and trust me when I tell you this, have I got a story for you. But before I tell it, I'm going to need a drink. I'll grab this round, you get the next. Hey, bartender, 4 shots of Jack. And, what'll you be having? All started around 6 months back. I was here at the bar when Jimbo walked in. He sat down right here at the table, and Trashy Tammy took his order. Guy looked like hell. Sweating bullets, and his face was whiter than a clan meeting at the North Pole. At this point, we had grown to be pretty good acquaintances, drinking buddies. So I could tell something was really bugging him when he didn't come up and say hi. He was just sitting there, staring off into space, not even touching his cheese fries. So I decided to mosey on over and see how he was doing. Sit down at the table, and before I even get to ask him what the deal is, it all comes pouring out of him. Tells me he saw a cockroach in his kitchen earlier that night. Says he can't stand the thought of being under the same roof with the thing. I ask him, why didn't he just kill it? And get this, he tells me he tried and just about burned his house down in the process. Yeah, good old Jimbo. Tried to roast the roach with one of those fancy blowtorches people use to brown the tops of creme brulee, but the sucker moved and his wallpaper caught instead. Now, I'm laughing so hard at the guy that I nearly fall out of my chair. Can you imagine? Almost setting your kitchen on fire because you're too chicken to mush a bug? It was even funnier to me because I run a pest control company. Second biggest privately owned in the region, thank you very much, so killing bugs comes naturally to me. Once I catch my breath, I tell him I'd send one of my guys over to his place in the morning if he needed somebody to take care of it. That cheers him up right away. He hires me on the spot. I buy him a beer. He doesn't mention the cockroach again for the rest of the night. Next morning, I tell Miguel, my most trusted soldier, to spray Jimbo's house down. Once he finishes, Miguel shoots me a text to let me know that everything was copacetic. But that afternoon, I get a call from Jimbo. His voice is trembling on the phone. He says the cockroach isn't dead. I can hear the anxiousness in his voice, and he's asking me how long it takes before the poison starts working. Now, I'm not sure how much you understand about the delicate science of pest control, but my guys aren't messing around with the wimpy junk you get over the counter. We only use the very finest insecticides on the market, and any roach exposed to that stuff should belly up within a matter of minutes. So the fact that Jimbo was telling me we didn't get the job done left me more than a little perturbed. I asked him if he's sure the cockroach is still alive, and he tells me that he's looking at it on the wall in his bathroom, and that it's even bigger than before. At least 4 inches long, not including the antennas. That's a big effing roach. As a matter of fact, the only cockroach that's even known to grow that large is the Blabberus giganteus, otherwise known to a layman like yourself as the giant burrowing cockroach of Australia. And those are only native to, well, Australia. So I tell Jimbo that I'm coming down myself to scope the situation out. When I get there, the guy opens the door and he's shaking like a meth head coming down from a 3-day bender. On top of that, he's nursing a pretty nasty lump on the back of his head. He tells me that after he got off the phone, he swatted the thing with a rolled-up magazine. Nailed it dead on. Didn't even budge an inch. Then he reared back to whack it again. The cockroach went on the offensive. It fluttered its wings and launched itself at him and buzzed around in his face. When he tried to scream, the nasty thing forced its way into his mouth, and Jimbo tells me it was so long its back end was sticking out of his lips like a cigar. He said it tasted like he was licking a dumpster. So in all the excitement, Jimbo stumbled backwards, tripping over the bathtub, and damn near knocked himself out when he banged his melon against the wall. Then the cockroach casually crawls out of his mouth and buzzes away. Now, Blabberus giganteus can't fly, so Jimbo's story ruled out that possibility. But I've never heard of any other type of roach growing even half that size, so I figured he must have been exaggerating. While I'm there, I check his pantry for droppings and egg cases, anything I can use to identify his unwelcome guest, but I can't find a thing. Most people would be relieved to hear that because it would mean that they most likely weren't dealing with an infestation, but most people aren't as high-strung as Jimbo was. He asked if we could tent the place. Normally, I'd strongly advise against fumigating a house for one solitary roach. Why pay thousands of dollars to accomplish the same job I can do with the sole of my boot? Kind of like dropping a live hand grenade down your pants to scratch your ass. But as I look into his eyes, I can see just how hot and bothered that bug has him. So I reluctantly agree and schedule him my next earliest appointment. 2 days later, tent goes up over the house. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's not like he couldn't afford it. I was just helping out a pal. So, what if I made a little money on the side? I'm a good guy, okay? I even let him sleep on my couch while we gassed his house. Once the tent goes up, he shows up at my place with a duffel bag full of clothes and a smile on his face so big you would have thought he just hit the Super Lotto jackpot. My wife made meatloaf that night. Tasted like dog chow, but Jimbo gobbled it up like he hadn't eaten in days. After dinner, me and Jimbo go down to the den to have a beer. I ask him if he's seen the roach again since his run-in with it in the bathroom. He tells me things had been quiet as of late, but he caught a glimpse of it that morning before my guys showed up to fumigate his house. He was walking to the front door when it scuttled past him in the foyer. He said he almost jumped out of his skin when he saw it. According to Jimbo, the roach was about a foot long now and maybe 6 inches tall. Have you ever heard of a cockroach that big? Well, me neither, buddy, and I've pretty much seen it all in my line of work. In fact, I hadn't found any signs of a roach at his place at all, and neither had Miguel. So I get to thinking about how anxious Jimbo is all the time, and I remember he told me about the nervous breakdown he had that prompted him to retire early and move away from the city. So I start to wonder if the whole cockroach thing is just a figment of his imagination. The roach is all the guy can talk about while he's staying with me. He's obsessed. The next 2 days, it's cockroach this, cockroach that. My wife has the patience of a saint. She better if she's going to stay married to me, but even she was starting to get annoyed with his blabbering. I could tell she was relieved a couple days later when we took the tent down and told Jimbo it was safe to move back in. You know, I really hoped that would be the end of it, but that evening after dinner I get a knock on my door, and when I open it, it's Jimbo. He's an absolute wreck. He's standing in my doorstep in his PJs with one house slipper on, and I can tell that he's been crying. I asked him what happened. He tells me that he was reading a book in bed when he heard a hissing sound. The noise was coming from directly over his head, so he looked up, and there on the ceiling was the roach, as big as a dog, he tells me. Said it was staring at him and fluttering its wings like it was about to strike again. Well, he rolled out of the bed, hit the ground so hard that he almost separated his shoulder, but he somehow managed to get up and sprint out of the bedroom unscathed. Apparently, he had even phoned the cops, but they reprimanded him for calling 911 just to complain about a cockroach, so that's why he had come to me. Now, at this point, I'm positive Jimbo's lost it, and I know my wife's going to kill me if I let him spend another night on the couch. So this is what I do. I invite him in, give him a beer, tell him to relax while I take care of it. Sometimes when a person is so caught up in their fantasy that they can't tell the difference between what's real and what isn't, the only thing you can do is indulge them. I ask him for his spare key, then I head out to his place. When I get there, I let myself in the front door. I look around Jimbo's house, and just as I expected, the place is empty, even the bedroom. So, this is what I do. I send a text to Jimbo, and it reads something like this. Whoa, you were right. That's the biggest sucker I've ever seen. Got it, though. Nailed it point blank in its nasty face with enough insecticide to kill a horse. Euthanized the disgusting thing just in time because it looks like it was ready to lay eggs. Gonna dispose of the body properly before the larva hatches. Be back in 15 minutes. Then I leave my hat on his kitchen counter just so he can be sure that I was there. Now, I thought I was pretty crafty, but Jimbo didn't buy my ruse. No matter what I said, he would not go back inside the house. Couldn't help but feel guilty when I told him he couldn't spend the night at my place, but he seemed to understand. I heard he crashed at Richie Hooper's for about a week before Richie's wife kicked him out. Then he spent a couple days at Pete Dunn's. After he had exhausted all his friends, he started shacking up at the budget motel just off the interstate. Didn't see him around after that. Stopped coming into the bar, then all of a sudden cops show up and started asking questions. Turns out he went missing. Melanie Swan was the last to see him. She lived across the street. Said she watched him head inside his house with a brand new hunting rifle. Walked in, never walked out. Weird, huh? Well, it gets weirder. Remember how I left my hat over at his place? Well, I'd forgotten all about it, and when I finally remembered where it was, Jimbo was already long gone. But I still have the spare key he gave me, so I drive over there after work one day and let myself in the front door. Now, the house is a mess. Chairs are knocked over, the Glass coffee table in his living room is broken. The place stinks to hell and back. And I'm thinking it's pretty obvious that Jimbo must have gone off the deep end. I'm feeling really, really sorry for the guy, but then I start to hear a noise coming from the kitchen. Sounds like someone, but there's a shuffling sound. I'm thinking maybe Jimbo came back. I call out his name, but all I hear is more shuffling. Then some kind of crunching sound like someone's biting into an apple. I wonder if there's a burglar in there. I'm against the wall right next to the kitchen door now, and I can hear that there's definitely someone in there, so as quietly as I can, I peer around the corner, and that's when I see it. Jimbo's cockroach, just as real as you and I. It's enormous. If I had to guess, I'd say close to 7 feet long. Standing next to you, it would come up to about your hip. Its antennas are as long as my legs. Thing's eyes are like 2 black softballs, and its mandibles look like industrial-sized pruning shears. Right away, I recognize the stench in the house is coming from it. It doesn't smell like an ordinary roach infestation. I would have been able to pick that up immediately. No, this was way more pungent. There's really no describing it. Took 2 days to get the stink out of my nostrils, and it still comes back to me from time to time like an acid flashback. The thing is eating something. For a second, I think it's a loaf of bread from Jimbo's pantry, but as it spins in its mouth, I see a face. Jimbo's face. I hear another sickening crunch and realize that noise is the sound of my old pal's skull cracking inside the giant cockroach's maw. I try to back away slowly, but the thing spots me and flutters its wings. The sound is horrific, like 1,000 angry bees getting ready to swarm me. Each beat of its wing hits me with a wave after wave of the noxious stink it produces. I'm pretty sure it wants to attack, but lucky for me, it's too big to take off in Jimbo's tiny kitchen, so it settles down and goes back to chewing on the poor guy's head. I take that as my cue to hightail it out of there. I book it out the door, hop in my car, then put the pedal to the metal. When I get far enough away, I make an anonymous call to the cops and tell them I saw armed gunmen break into Jimbo's house. What was I supposed to say? That there was a giant cockroach eating my missing friend's head? By the time the police arrived, the roach was gone. Never did find Jimbo's body, but I don't think anybody ever will. I believe the stories about that house now, all of them. I keep wondering if I'm going to get a call one day from the next people who buy that place. If I do, I'll tell them to give Orkin a ring because I'll never set foot in there again. There's something wicked in that house. It's your turn to buy the round and don't be cheap. Make mine a double this time.
Hey. I need some advice. I know this isn't technically paranoia, but it's creepy as fuck, and I'm not sure what to do. You see, I go to college in the northwestern United States, and a few weeks ago, during a party I was at, I stole a laptop and an iPod. I don't need to hear about how bad a person I am for stealing. Yeah, I know that's not going to help me now. Okay, I've occasionally stolen technology in the past to sell at pawn shops and stuff. I'm pretty good with computers, so I can usually circumvent their password and stuff and sell them as if they were my own. Anyway, the computer I stole it had some fucked up shit on it, that's for sure. Like some stuff that makes me think I stole from an actual violent and crazy person. I don't want to be too specific in case that someone that they know is on here. I'm pretty nervous about the whole thing, but my question is, does anyone know how to break into a TrueCrypt file? Is that even possible? There's one on here, and I'm not even sure if I want to know what is on there after the crazy shit that I found that wasn't even password protected. I usually go through the computers first before I delete everything. It's kind of an excitement for me. It's like spying on someone's life. I can see all their pictures and check through their browsing history. Sometimes there's even saved passwords on their computer for like their Facebook and stuff, so I can check through all that. Now, I never fuck with their Facebook or anything. I just scope out their lives. See, it's pretty exciting though. It's kind of just rummaging through a person's life, but the videos I found on their computer, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, not even on crazy places like Motherless or the Deep Web. They're obviously real, though. I kind of feel like I had to go to the police, but I don't know how to explain how I came to be in possession of this computer, and I definitely don't want this guy knowing I stole his computer and then turned him into the police. I can't really even make an anonymous tip, because the house that I was at was a friend of a friend's. Obviously, I don't steal from people I know well. And a ways away from campus, and I don't remember exactly where I was, and the computer doesn't have a name, like how computers usually have recovery, registration info, and account names and stuff. But this has none. So yeah, I guess there's like no chance of him seeing it here or tracing it back to me, and he obviously knows someone stole his computer, but there's a bunch of people that were there that night. But no, I'm definitely not going to put the videos up or talk about the videos in specifics. Just want to know if there's any way that I can see the encrypted files. Yeah, lots of people there. But the rooms were like in the basement, under the stairs. People were down in the basement smoking weed at one point, but it was pretty much empty after that. So later on, we were all about to go, and I went down there to go pee, and just went into his room real quick, threw the laptop and iPad in my backpack, and then left pretty soon after. Pretty normal room, although he did have a big Bowie knife sitting on his windowsill. But yeah, I guess. The computer had all the normal 4chan stuff, lots of gore and porn, no reaction pictures or GIFs, though, I noticed. Fairly normal computer history. I mean, still had some gory stuff, but that's pretty normal these days. Ad Eraser, CC Cleaner, and TrueCrypt and stuff. But again, that's pretty normal for anyone who explores on the internet a lot and would rather be careful. But then I found this really fucked up video. Okay, and there were like 3 self-injury, I think, videos. And one where he kills a dog. And none of these were password protected. He has a fucking TrueCrypt, and he didn't even bother to put these in there. And that's what makes me really nervous. Just, what the fuck did he bother to encrypt? I mean, no, you never see his face in any of the videos. No, the dog is like drugged or something, because it just sort of lays there and tries to get up a few times, and he goes and puts this metal thing between its teeth. Cuts out its tongue. When he's doing so, the dog starts to roll around and squeal, so he puts the camera down, and while he holds the dog down to cut its tongue out, he picks up the camera again and holds its leg with his foot. He attacks it with a machete. The dog starts, like, this puking scream thing after 3 of its feet are gone, and finally it flips over onto its back. It's disgusting. I threw up after I watched it. It looked like a golden retriever looking thing. It's 12.5 minutes long, and yeah, the guy in it's pretty built. So, in the other ones, it's a guy putting cigarettes out on his inner thigh, then nailing himself to a piece of wood, like a table or something, and sewing his thigh up. He's stabbing this big needle into one side of his skin, then the other, and pulling his skin tight to make a kind of cross-stitching pouch. All 3 look like he's hurt like hell. I mean, in the one where he's nailing himself down, it sounds like he's having a fucking orgasm. The whole time he's pounding the nail, and he's just moaning, and then he pulls back, stretches his flesh out, for yanking the nail out. And in the other 2, you only kind of hear him hissing. Pretty sure it's the same guy in all the videos. Well, it sounds like I probably can't get into the encrypted videos myself, so I'm just gonna wipe what I can from the computer. Take it apart, throw it away. I mean, normally, I would sell it, but this guy is way too fucked up to play around with. I don't want it somehow traced back to me. I probably don't want to know what's on those videos anyway. I mean, it just kind of feels like I have to know now that I've already seen all the other shit. Either way, this guy is really nuts. It should probably be in a mental institution or something, but still, just walking around. This whole thing has fucked me up. I was so physically sick and paranoid the first night that I saw them. I've been freaking out that this guy was gonna come after me or something, and it's just fucked in general. That people like this exist, and not just in creepy backwoods. I mean, I feel like I'm now always gonna be less able to trust people after this. I wish I had never stolen the computer or seen this messed up shit. I mean, you're probably gonna call me a pussy for it, but seeing something on the internet that you know lots of other people have seen, that's probably fake anyway, is way different than seeing really creepy graphic shit you can't tell anyone about, and knowing someone crazy now hates you and probably kill you if they found out. I really think that's what's in the True Crypt videos. I mean, what else would this guy bother to encrypt? I still will open the encrypted videos if I can. And it'll probably be a few days before I wipe and toss the computer. So if anyone can help me open them, I'll be monitoring the comments for the next few days. Just let me know. And I'll see it.
My friend and I always used to walk through a wonderfully spacious park when we were younger. It was full of tall trees, and it was very nicely maintained. In this large park, there was an abandoned mansion. Can't really say how long it'd been there, but on that day, the front door of the mansion was wide open. The two of us decided to check out what was inside the place. As we inched through the door, the very first thing we noticed was that the mansion's floor was littered with crumpled up pieces of paper. We looked at each other and observed that there was no furniture, nothing except for those wrinkled balls of paper. The mansion had 6 rooms on its main floor, and every room we entered bore more and more scrunched up pieces of paper. We decided to open up one of the paper balls to see what was inside. Our curiosity got the better of us. I picked up a single wrinkled piece, and as my friend picked up another, I unfolded my paper, smoothing out its bends and dents. At that moment, it was almost as if a piece of a rainbow emerged before our eyes, and I was suddenly standing next to a large window in one of the upstairs rooms of the house. I was looking outside into the large park. When I looked down at the piece of paper I held, it read, "Look outside the large window that oversees the park in the upstairs parlor." I dropped the piece of paper, and it fluttered gracefully to the ground. Meanwhile, I stared at my open hands in a bout of horror. Dazed and utterly perplexed, I found my way downstairs and met up with my friend. He was in the kitchen, sitting at a round table that hadn't been there before. Where did that come from? I wondered. My friend stared at his open paper and reread the words several times before he looked at me and turned the page my way. It said, "Go to the kitchen and sit at the round table." We stared at each other for a few moments, vaguely afraid, but then we began to chuckle. Within seconds, we were laughing our heads off, marveling at our newfound game. We could hardly believe what had happened, but being young as we were, the mystery was endlessly exciting. We decided again to open another scrunched up piece of paper. As we opened up the crumpled pages on the floor, we experienced the same sudden flash of rainbow colors, but this time, I ended lying down in the field behind the mansion. When I peered onto the paper in my right hand, it said, "Lie down in the field behind the mansion." I giggled uncontrollably. After a few minutes of running around the house, I found my friend collecting multiple balls of paper in his arms, eager to experience more of the strange, exciting phenomena. We both got the gist of what was happening at this point. We had no idea as to how it was possible, but we decided to have more fun with it. The supernatural always had a way of captivating our hearts. After a few more run-throughs with these strange mini teleportation devices, I began to feel apprehensive. I wondered if at one point I would be placed somewhere I didn't want to be, or be made to do something I didn't enjoy. We continued, though,
minute after minute. We unfolded many papers, traveled through many bedrooms, closets, trees. But then, after having been on the roof of the mansion, I stood before my friend, dead, on the living room floor. I didn't scream. I couldn't. Murder him, I read on my crumpled page as I felt a surge of vomit and bile rising into my throat. Nothing came out, but the sickness in my throat spread to my stomach, and my head, and my heart. I didn't know what to do. At this point, I began to scream and shout, praying to God that this is a nightmare. I wanted it to go away. I wanted to rewind our day and be outside again together, walking underneath the trees. All I could do was hide the body in the cupboard. I willed myself to be calm, and I hesitantly unfolded another page in hopes that the problem would correct itself. Once again, I saw the color of the rainbow, and I found myself standing behind a tree several meters away from the house. I could clearly see the front door within a few instants. I saw both myself and my friend walk through that door. I began to wonder if I had died, or if I was having an out-of-body experience. I looked at the sheet in my hand, and the only words scrawled upon it were, "Time will repeat itself, and a paradox will take place, and it will be allowed." That gave me an idea. In my pocket remained the paper that made me kill my friend. Without looking at it, I crumpled it back up, quietly. I followed my other self, who had separated from my friend as he explored the rooms of the house. As I crept behind him, he turned around very suddenly. Before he could utter a syllable, I forced the paper in front of my eyes, and in a flash of rainbow colors, I was able to kill my other self. The laws of time allowed me to take over my dead self's place in this world, and also because of the fact that it was allowed to happen, as it was written on the second piece of paper that I had on me, which reversed time. It must have control over time and paradoxes, which made me now the new alive and present of my other dead self. I hid my limp, bleeding other dead self in a cupboard in the upstairs bathroom to rot. To my great grief, I heard my friend call my name from downstairs. My friend who managed to stay alive and well, my best friend. When I went downstairs, he greeted me excitedly, smiling childishly. Being blissfully unaware of the situation, I pretended that nothing had happened. In a heartbeat, I told him that the house creeped me out, that it would be much better if we left. After that day, we never went to that mansion again. I don't know if anyone saw or heard about anything that happened between us, but I recently heard from another friend that the house had been demolished. And I can tell you with great certainty that while this news is a relief, I dreaded the probable prospect that my corpse was uncovered in that bathroom cabinet.
I find camping especially relaxing, just being out in nature. It's already quite soothing on its own, but roughing it out in the middle of it all just adds a completely different layer to the experience. There's something about the simplicity of it all. It's inherently calming, peaceful. It's an experience you can't get in modern society anymore. And when your main concerns are nothing more than food, water, warmth, and shelter, it becomes a lot easier to lose track. It's a great way to take a brief moment to forget about the more indistinct worries of life, like success and fulfillment. Now, it's not like camping is all fun and games, s'mores, campfires. There's always some element of real danger when you trade the safety of brick and mortar walls for the thin, flimsy fabric of a tent. Whenever you're camping in Yellowstone or even in your own backyard, this fact remains true. This risk is just another part of the experience, though. It makes the whole thing all the more exciting. That's not to say that it can't be taken too far, though. See, personally, I've had many harrowing and outright terrifying experiences when camping. In fact, for this very reason, more than a few campsites, which I've visited over the years, that I've outright refused to ever return to. This story is about, well, one of those times. You don't usually expect anything to go wrong on the short camping trips. It's always on the long, multi-day treks through miles of wilderness that you expect to find real danger. It's usually the case anyway. I mean, it's not like you'll often run into an irate bear roaming through the small patch of woods behind your parents' house. Yeah, that is, unless you live in the sort of area where that exact thing occurs. But that's besides the point. This story doesn't take place in that sort of area, and it most certainly isn't about a bear. Now, this story is about something a tad bit more unpleasant. This all happened quite a long time ago, back when I was in high school and only just starting to get into camping. My then girlfriend was the main driving force in that regard. She had gone on many camping trips, both with her family and while she was in the Scouts, so she was very much so an old hand at it. My family and I, on the other hand, we were quite the opposite. When your older brother has a laundry list of allergies that includes pollen and several species of grass, you're generally limited in the variety of outdoor activities that you can do as a family. Despite my inexperience, I took to it like a fish to water. In our first year of dating, we ended up going camping together at least once a month, if not more. Of course, living in the flatlands of central Illinois, our options for campsites were somewhat limited. That is, unless we particularly felt like pitching our tents in the middle of a cornfield. In spite of that, though, we had several spots that we regularly frequented. One of these spots was a campground in a decently sized park, about a 30-minute drive from my house. In truth, it wasn't exactly the most authentic camping experience, per se. You pulled off on the main road onto a gravel road that led into the woods, past these small gates, and after driving for a bit, you'd come across several loops of gravel paths arranged in a slightly misshapen four-leaf clover. Along each of these loops were several little numbered plots that each came with a fire pit of sorts. You'd pull your car into whichever free spot strikes your fancy and start setting up camp. After that, sometime usually before sundown, the caretaker of the campground, an elderly man who lives in an RV near the entrance with his wife, would come around and collect your payment. At $8 a night per tent was rather reasonable. I'd like to jokingly call it drive-in camping, but it wasn't like I didn't enjoy the convenience of it all. That evening was much like any other that we had spent out there, at least at first. We had just finished up and we began to settle in for the night. And something a bit outside the norm occurred. It was nearly sundown, around the time when the caretaker would usually lock up the gates, when a new arrival pulled into the campground. Their irritatingly bright headlights cut through the otherwise calm evening, announcing their arrival to the entire campground. The caretaker followed along just behind them, needing to collect their payment and get the new arrival settled before he could get back to closing up for the night. The late arrival wasn't an entirely uncommon sight at the campground, but it certainly wasn't a particularly welcome one either. Most everyone who visited the campground knew better than to arrive this late, as there wasn't exactly that much daylight left for them to set up camp. My girlfriend and I sighed, giving each other a knowing look. See, we were more or less familiar with the type of people that would usually pull this sort of thing, and neither of us were particularly happy to see them. We expected to see a pack of teenagers, maybe even some from our school, blasting party music out of Bluetooth speakers and sloppily setting up camp by the light of their headlights. It might sound a bit odd, given that we were teenagers ourselves, but we really hated their sort. We soon found, though, that this new arrival was more than a little far off from what we expected. Sitting around our campfire, my girlfriend and I watched on in uneasy confusion as the new arrival, their unnecessarily large truck, slowly approached, pulling into the spot right next to us. The caretaker seemed a bit perturbed by this as well. He glanced around the loop, noting that there were only 2 other groups in the campground that day. and that they were in completely different loops from us and this new arrival. Pulling up alongside the still-running truck, he talked with the driver for a brief few moments before directing them towards a spot much farther away from us. My girlfriend and I gave each other a relieved glance. Neither of us were particularly good with conversation, and we generally liked to keep to ourselves. We certainly didn't want a completely unnecessary and unwelcome neighbor. We decided to ignore this new arrival and get back to enjoying our evening, not wanting to let this little mishap ruin the entire night. We quickly found this difficult to do, however, as even more peculiarities drew our attention straight back to the truck some distance away from us. To begin with, the new arrival, a man who appeared to be in his late 30s, set up his camp remarkably quickly. His tent was completely pitched before the old caretaker had even made it back to his RV, and he had a fire going mere minutes after that. He was clearly experienced with this sort of thing. All finished setting up camp, the man returned to his truck and started unloading several items. First were 2 sizable duffel bags, which were tossed promptly into the tent. Next came a decently sized cooler and a camping stool, which soon found their place next to the fire. Pulling a beer out of the cooler, the man settled down into his seat, and then he just stared at us. His gaze was steady and unwavering, constantly fixed on us as he sat there and sipped his beer. My girlfriend and I were confused and unnerved. Did that man know us? Neither of us could think of any reason why he would. We didn't recognize his truck or the man himself, at least not from what we could make out of his distant features dimly illuminated by the fire. His attention made us uncomfortable, to say the least. Yet we tried to rationalize his behavior as best we could. Probably just a coincidence that he was looking in our direction, and even if it was purposeful, what was the harm of just looking? Not like there was really much of anything else to look at in the pitch-black campground. In the several hours that we had sat in front of our respective fires, the man did not budge an inch from his seat. His only movement had been to sip his beer and occasionally reach for another. Neither my girlfriend or I had been keeping count of his empty bottles, but we were certain that they numbered quite a few. We tried our best to relax and forget about the man, yet we failed miserably. Resigned, we ultimately decided to just turn in, hoping that out of sight, out of mind would get us through the night. My girlfriend was out like a light within minutes, and all the time I'd known her, the girl had never had any trouble sleeping. It was a talent, really. I, on the other hand, was much less fortunate with sleep. I spent hours laying awake in the tent, my thoughts racing. Try as I might, I couldn't get my mind off that man and all the possible reasons for his behavior. I wished in that moment that I hadn't spent the entire night prior watching true crime documentaries. It had definitely given me a healthy dose of paranoia. All it took was the sound of a single branch crunching just outside our tent to send all of my thoughts flying from my mind. The sound pierced the peaceful veil of night, drilling into my very core. I was laser-focused, listening for any trace of further sound. At first, there was nothing. But then came the occasional rustling of leaves, the rhythmic movement through grass. I hadn't noticed it at first over the chirping of insects, but someone was making their way slowly to our tent. My hand slowly inched